Ну что ж, доброго времени суток, дамы и господа. Мы продолжаем прохождение этой замечательной игры. Поскольку вчерашний стрим шел больше 12 часов, я решил сегодня пораньше начать. Чтобы не заканчивать совсем уже под утро. Решил, раз уж просадки никуда не делись, то, наверное, нет смысла на средних играть. Вообще непонятно, откуда они взялись, потому что начинало игру было все достаточно стабильно, а потом... Может, мне просто перезапускать время от времени надо. Какого хрена я на улице? Так, ладно, раз я на улице, сбегаю наготовлю лекарств. Я все раздал. Ну я фиг знает, стоит ли вообще колу улучшать, потому что я пока что с палицей неплохо справляюсь. Так, прежде чем готовить лекарства, надо глянуть, кто здесь вообще болеет. Да блин, где список всех вот? Так, одна простуда, одно переутомление. И этой штуки у меня нет. А, все что ли? Две штуки? Ну, если так подумать, нет, наверное, смысла заранее эти лекарства готовить. Один фиг проще сбегать в убежище и конкретного уже пациента что-то сделать. Так, кого там нужно? Так, этот возле церкви ошивается. А это еще кто, блин? А, это поэт. Ну, тоже возле церкви. Понятно. Значит, к церкви идем.
are blinded by your false faith, imprisoned by your daily routine, unable to see the true horror around you.
Вот какого хрена кусты так светятся, как мусорные баки там и прочее лут? Это раздражает, пипец.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice of you, Doctor. Who knows what...
If you persist in investigating the most pox-ridden boroughs of London, you must accept the risks.
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Я вот не совсем понимаю смысл этого балкончика. На нем ничего нет, и он никуда не ведет. Не просто же так вот здесь стоит, может откроется что-то потом.
Good evening, Mr.
And good evening to you.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
It may be wise to let you...
I understand your appetite for words and macabre beauty, sir. But you should be more careful.
The nutrition of my mind is more important than my physical health. But I appreciate your concern, sir.
I'll leave you alone.
Кстати, перед тем, как ложиться спать, надо будет проверить цену торгаша. Потому что, учитывая, сколько народу сразу выздоровеет, я так понимаю, то, что состояние района сильно улучшится, и нужно будет глянуть, что там да как.
The walls of your home will not protect you. For there is no protection against...
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
This district seems to get uglier every year.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Doctor.
Так, а чем Петреску болен? А, я ему дал уже все. Никакого лута нет, ужас какой, блин. Жлобы. Пипец, конечно. Она на работе круглые сутки просто с пациентами работает. Приходит домой и еще дома продолжает. Прям отдых, ох.
need help! He's going...
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy? Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding.
Это так быстро зашел.
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor.
Какой нахрен адреналин? Я не думаю, что здесь адреналин есть.
Cardiac massage. Now.
Cardiac... What? Are you making this up as you go along? We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could. Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
Что, надо было адреналином
This was
ударить? Да,
not
не,
an
не думаю.
influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No, there was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
Че не так с кардиомассажем? Как он сердце... Я не думал, что у них дефибриллятор есть. И... Про адреналин вообще молчу. Посмотрите на эту плачу.
To what do I owe this courtesy? I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
Your heart might be in the right place, but you can't carry on with this blackmail. For God's sake, Dorothy, it's extortion. It's a serious crime.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled, silver-spooned gentleman who was given the world on a platter. You know nothing of poverty. Nothing of the shame, the hunger, the loneliness.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
Чё? У меня вред отсутствует. Какого хрена? Почему у меня отсутствует вариант? Что я там не нашел? С кем не поговорил? И мне не нравится, что значит подадите в отставку. Она хорошая медсестра вроде как. Мне не нравятся эти варианты. Поэтому мы не будем их выбирать. Сделаем вот так. Что я там на нее не накопал, мне интересно, бля. Все расследования закрыл, практически со всеми сговорился. Даже удивительно.
To test my bedside manners.
Да блин, где эти люди? Ага, понятно. Я на нее вообще никаких подсказок не накапывал, потому что у нее неактивные типа диалоги были. Ну, да. Интересно.
I
Ёб
suspect
твою!
it was more than intuition alone that led you to us.
Сволочь, забыл, что там автоматически катсцена начинается. Черт, надо удалить эти ролики, они бесят каждый раз.
that you're here to test my bedside manners.
It's locked.
Do I owe this courtesy? This is an unfitting place for the illustrious Dr. Reed. You shouldn't be here.
I cannot enter.
Ну, учитывая то, что я перед этим диалогом как-то должен был умудриться
First
все
one was getting
раскопать.
better with the treatment. I don't understand.
Она там постоит, подождет, я верю. Иди нафиг. Короче, надо было все-таки расспрашивать местных про Доротею. Я просто думал, что это ничего не даст.
It's locked, all right.
Ёб твою налево, блин. Оно еще и заперто. То есть я покинуть никак не могу, да, здание? Ну хреново, что я могу сказать? Зря я сюда попёрся.
What's to be
Ну
done
уже
now?
ничего не поделаешь.
I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us.
Против таких хитропо... Ну да. Я уж, блин, удивился, думаю, о, третий вариант стал доступен, а это не то немножко.
Your
Doctor.
But-
She. Is it?
So,
I.
you've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justification.
Срань.
No. Your place is here. Jailing you would be an even greater crime. So, here is my proposition. I'll look the other way on your little enterprise. In exchange, you will resign from the Pembroke Hospital and provide me with medical supplies when the need arises.
Dr. Reed!
Где он их возьмет?
That sounds like a business proposition. My accomplice, then.
No, just a privileged client. My research may require the occasional rare piece of equipment or ingredient. I'll pay good coin in exchange, fair and honest, to help finance your noble endeavors.
We have ourselves a deal, Doctor. Good customers are always welcome.
Yes, Nurse Crane. We have a deal.
Подсказка не сработала. А она еще... И она утеряна, блин. Я две подсказки просрал, охренеть. Попёрся, называется, по сюжетному заданию раньше времени. Пипец, я просто воролся. Блять.
This one stinks already. Over there! There's one of them burning! Watch it! It's a killer!
А чё они сюда ворвались-то?
He's mine!
Как ты помню, блять, да пошел ты в задницу. Таз, блин. Черт, эти просранные подсказки мне теперь, блин, покой не дадут. Ну заново игру я начинать не буду, блин, да ну нахер, блин. 12 часов потратил вчера.
Good evening.
Goodbye, Miss Swan.
Так, нужно посмотреть цену у торговца и тогда модной день.
Please, I don't have your money. Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind. Can't you just look me up all? Fancy bar.
You never... Right then.
Так, 80 синий кусок стоит. Так, ну, вообще, по логике, конечно, кровавый котел лучше брать. Но, во-первых, она полезнее по описанию. Урона, конечно, поменьше. Но, учитывая то, что у меня обычная обилка теневая, то для баланса кровавая нужна. Здесь же посмотри, ничего более полезного нет. Ну, прыжок качать не буду. Барьер можно было бы качнуть на 2 попадания. Ладно, давайте кровавый котел. Больше крови. Так, косарь еще есть, да? Так, барьер не хватает. Паралич тоже. Невидимость, наверное, нет смысла брать. Во-первых, ее ставить некуда. Начнем с этого. Да хватит, блин, смотрите по второму кругу. Запас крови, что ли, поднять? Лучше выносов. Твою мать, сколько там было за синюю детальку, я забыл уже. Да блин, как эта камера работает? Вы, блин, сгорели совсем. Ну фиг знает, что-то сомневаюсь, что третий вариант был какой-то прям супер удачный. Мы бы заставили обратно в Румынию уехать. Просто какие есть варианты? Оставить как есть, тоже думаю, что так.
How are you?
I'm not your...
Goodbye, young man.
Так, за сколько я это
Good
попал?
evening.
I'd like to see...
Да, снизили цену.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
A lot of people are talking about this Colossus. Perhaps I should... Working nearby. Fancy bar.
You never... Right then.
Купить, не купить. Нет, не буду пока тратить, блин, мы копим на этот сраный дробаш. Не то, чтобы он мне прям так нужен был сильно, но... Чё поделаешь.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in. Yes?
Tell me,
I do.
who is she, really?
She's not from around.
You say...
Well,
Are you... Are you in...
don't.
Блин, все равно подсвечено, не совсем понимаю, в чем суть.
Goodbye.
Так, это мне на кладбище получается. Ну, в принципе, да, может в той стране. Так, стоп, мне показался ли тут 3 торговца стало? Было уже 2.
The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your problems.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed.
Да иди в задницу, не хочу с
Come on
тобой говорить,
in.
иди нафиг. Где наберет медикамент, интересно?
Welcome back, Dr. Reed.
Good evening, nurse. How should I address you? Dorothy? Dorothea? Miss Crane?
Dorothy is all right. If you don't mind me calling you Jonathan.
That's fine with me.
What can I do for you then, Jonathan?
How are things going in the dispensary?
Things are going fine since we made our arrangement.
Have there been any more attacks by the uniformed men?
No. It looks like they have found another business to extort.
Do you have many patients?
A few, but most of them just pass through and go back home, especially since those vigilantes.
How is the Senate?
I don't know whether you have undertaken your own patrols or examinations, but local health seems stable.
Tell me about...
There is not much to say. My real name is Dorothea Crasciunescu. I was born in Romania, and I may have been the best nurse Pembroke ever had, before you fired me.
Do you think about going back to Romania? Once the war is over and the epidemic here has been contained.
Jonathan, this war will be over long before you will see any improvement in Whitechapel's sanitary situation.
Do you regret your time at Pembroke?
I miss the energy. There was so much to do, so much to learn. Even though I was double-crossing the board, I felt I was part of something worthwhile there.
I hope you've stopped jeopardizing this facility with your illegal business, Dorothy.
Yes, I have. Most of the time. But the blackmail money is too useful to stop it completely. I just target less dangerous people.
Why did you blackmail Lady Ashbury? She's a generous person. You could have asked her for money directly.
She killed those patients, I'm sure of that. I know you like her, but that gingerhead has a taste for blood.
Who is the current victim?
I would rather you did not know. You are my client, not my accomplice. Besides, I'm much more cautious since the first time you found me.
Do you need medical help, Dorothy?
I'm a professional nurse. Rest assured, I'll ask for your help if I need it.
Do you trust me?
You forced me to resign after you caught me trying to save a dying patient. Of course I trust you. You're a blackmailer, just like me.
Хрена ты наглый.
Are you not afraid of dying? The epidemic is deadly and very contagious.
I'm more afraid of being locked in a cell. I've seen what most hospitals do to the sick staff. They keep them hidden to avoid panic.
Show me what...
Оп. Блин, покупать, не покупать. Это выйдет как пожалуйста. Но в прошлый раз это 70 стоило, а здесь как бы 25. Ладно, хер с тобой. Блин, мне хочется пальтишко поменять на какое-то более темное, не знаю. Мне кажется, это замарается очень быстро. Так, заскочим в убежище, и можно тогда в следующую зону отправляться. Конечно, у нас здесь пара человек не найдено, но, блин, нахер. Сами найдутся. Отлично. Тупые эффекты сбивают с толку. Так, ладно, кто там от мигрени страдал? Пацан. Ой, отец пацана? Вот тут рядом вроде.
As long as you have the money.
Good evening, Ben.
I'm afraid...
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
I can try to help your body heal, sir. But you must stop destroying it.
The war destroyed me, Doctor.
A gun, alcohol.
This elixir will give you faith again.
Ну ладно, мы еще в этот район вернемся, мне кажется. Потому что здесь куча всяких закрытых дверей. Так, это убежка, скорее всего.
It's locked.
Выйду с другой стороны, открою дверь. Это что у нас закрыто, блин? Надо разблокировать.
Pay me a bottle, and I'll...
Ну да, я сюда даже не доходил. Ага. Я уж подумал, что... О, кстати, пропали. Здесь вроде эти стояли охотники. Так, оборотень не делся никуда. Здоровый район, даже без моей помощи, ничего себе. Дайте, блять, выйти. Да идите нахуй, блять! Сука, пидорас, блять! Вы охуели, что ли? Зажали меня, блять! Даже полечиться не успел. Куда ты меня... Блять, да иди ты в жопу, блин, ёбаный конь. Так, ну-ка нужно проверить эту способность. Сука, блядь, да иди нахуй, блядь, сними эту метку ебаную. Почему я, блядь, нажимаю кнопку снять метку, она, блядь, не снимает? Блять, да ёпта, не во врагов уклоняйся, ёбаный придурок, блядь. Дебилиз, блядь. Точно нельзя войти? Не знаю, мне теперь кажется, идея пить крыс не такой уж и омерзительной. Учитывая то, что мы всякие там оборотни, блин, бомжей обсасываем. Это враг? Да, враг. С крестом, смотрите, стоит. Что-то новенькое. Я тут чувствовал, что спина зайти. Не думаю, что он союзник.
This is not a place for you, sir. Don't come closer, sir. See them fancy clothes? This one's a top! Watch out for them teeth! Christ, he's dead! Grenade!
Back, demon! Back! I order you to step! Away with you!
This man stunned me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
Где надпись разблокирована там и прочее. Блин, двуручная дубина может быть эффективная в бою, но эстетически мне что-то не очень нравится. Господи, почему у нас топор до сих пор?
Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. I'm a doctor inquiring about the epidemic. May I come in?
A doctor, you say? No, thank you.
All right. I shan't insist. Goodbye for now, sir.
Так, ну все, здесь больше ничего делать. А, это вот тот чел, получается. Ну, с гипнозом к нему, наверное, нет смысла идти. Нужно искать подсказки. Так, подняться-то смогу. Ну, качать просто так топор, наверное, нет смысла. Как и обычный палец. Можно ампутационный нож прокачать, посмотреть, как он в бою, но что-то я сомневаюсь, что от него какой-то эффект будет. Особенно учитывая, что мы эти ресурсы можем на прокачку кола потратить. Блин, да ну бред какой-то. В смысле, то, что двуручное оружие по прокачке. А, ну ладно, здесь свинцовые пруты идут. Вместо пластин. Ну, по сути, оно получается дешевле в прокачке, чем качать одноручное основное и потом еще одноручное вторичное. Хотя у них ресы разные идут, так что... Ну, помимо частей обычной рукояти. Опять я нашел странный рецепт, блин, я зря его покупал, получается. Ну ладно, плевать. Опа, здесь и пройти нельзя. Так, разбить стену тоже нельзя. Типа сюжет пока закрытый или что? Ну, можно попробовать обойти с другой стороны.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Kill it, boy! Get back in the grave! Crush the leech! Die, Bernie! He's dead!
Блин, потрясающе! Просто потрясающе, у меня других просто слов нет. Парализовал врага, начал убить, представь, такой хренак перескакивает на врага, блядь, который там стоит, блядь, в 10 метрах, ёпта. Вот нахрена, блядь? Нахрена я этого парализовал, блядь? Нахрена я подошел к нему вплотную, блядь? Типа, блядь, у игры вообще никакой логики нет, что за херня, блядь? Мне нет смысла так часто питаться, но я хоть выносливость устанавливаю, покажу. Вот, блять, идиотизм ёбаный. Этот дебил, блять, оглушенный лежал, я не мог с ним ничего сделать, потому что прицел, блять, не хотел на него прискать. Блять, с прицелом просто пиздец. Он сказал то, что человеческая кровь, а есть крыса прикол. Так, мы нашли там дубинку. Она тоже на оглушение? Чего? А какой смысл? Чисто внешний вид отличается и все? Непонятно, какой смысл у нее статуи, потому что такие же, как у Кола. Не знаю, может она урон не наносит или что-то такое. А, она даже не такие же статуи, у нее выносливости больше потребления. Ну окей, чисто технически у дубинки может быть совсем чуть-чуть больше оглушения за счет того, что на третьем уровне в прокачке можно ей поставить тоже оглушение. Потому что у Кола вот выносливость. Какая-то странная херня, если честно. Я не совсем понимаю смысл этого оружия. Как налево нельзя пройти, там какие-то крики слышим. Всех стражей тут завалили, так понимаю.
Good evening. Please, of course.
Все, я телепортнулся на верхнем. Вот. Блин, придурок. Ой, ты пошел ты.
Watch yourselves! There's one of them!
Господи, выносливости вообще не хватает, что за хрень, я же ее прокачал. Иди ты в жопу, блядь. Да ты ёбнутый, блядь! Пизда, блядь, вы чё, охуели? Да поздно уже, иди нафиг. Охренеть, блин, каждый раз платить нужно для переключения. Да вы офигели. Я думал, блин, один раз покупаешь и просто переставляешь их. Пипец. Ну давайте так. Что-то выносливости не хватает вообще. Здоровое кладбище. Да, ну блин, не верю, что здесь никого нет. Судя по виду, это арена для битвы с боссом. Чё этот, блин, проход заблокирован? Да блин, как туда про... А, все. Придурок.
Are you all right, miss?
I don't know. Who were those people? They wanted to kill me. Why?
They've lost their minds in the epidemic. They won't come back for now.
You seem to know a lot about them, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating this disease.
I am Xiaoxun. Thank you so much for helping me, Mr. Reed. I must go to the cemetery now. Goodbye.
It's locked, all right. Carnage. Is Father Whitaker's disciple among the bodies, I wonder? This man's far too old to be Samuel. No. By the look of his clothes, this man's a docker. Samuel isn't here. I had better follow the blood trail.
Да, он уже упрямство. Так, блин, выносливость. Ужас.
As I feared, Samuel no longer preaches the good word.
Да иди ты, блин. Так я уже уничтожил то, что осталось от Сэмюэля. Блин, ну то, что Пирс, короче, несется и сбивает просто надгробие, это жестко выглядит. В плане, сколько там, блин, масса должна быть?
Did you hear me?
Так, мне там деньжат, я уже могу дробаш купить?
going to reveal all your secrets.
Good evening, Milt.
Good evening.
I'd like to...
Wise choice.
О, хватает, наконец-то. Я могу это продать? Ничего себе. Блин, так и не посмотрел, что там нужно уничтожить.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Так полей. Охренеть, сразу минус 3 секунды. Мощно. Здесь минус 2. Ну плевать, качаем все в урон. А, даже так. То есть я не прокачаю. Нужно какие-то особые ингредиенты. Мне вот интересно, а будет какая-нибудь ближка с этим видом урона, там что-нибудь такое? Я бы не отказался от нескольких видов ближки, типа против людей и против... Господи, тоже мне ведьмак. Не только же для дробашей эти ресурсы доступны будут. Я не понимаю, какой вот в этом вот смысл? Это какой-то бред. 5 единиц оглушения дробашу. Ух ты, блин, супер, просто имба. Давайте прокачаем. Или как это должно работать? Блин, вы серьезно? 5 единиц? Учитывая, сколько он урона наносит и все прочее. Ага, лишние сыворотки тоже отправляются в рюкзак. Отлично. Да не... О, нихера себе, мне реально это задание до сих пор пишет. Ладно, сдам основное, потом посплю и пойду убивать семью. Хотя не знаю, есть смысл сейчас спать. Как бы очков не так уж много накопилось. Ладно, спать не буду.
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
Так я тебе уже все высказал, блин. Не, ну на самом деле здесь как бы двоякая ситуация, потому что он, может быть, и так умирал, и какой смысл? Ну, точно не нижний ответ, потому что, может быть, это акт сострадания был.
What prevails in the end, I wonder? The desire for blood, or to be of service to man?
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
So in the end, the accusation was true, wasn't it?
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
I must confess I have not put an end to the blackmail, my lady. Unfortunately, I could not bring myself to do it.
I'm so disappointed in you, Jonathan. I didn't expect this from you.
Lady Ashbury, you yourself admitted how ridiculous the sum of money was. I can assure you it was all used for charitable ends.
Well, you are full of surprises, aren't you, Jonathan? All right, say I trust you, but you will still pay the ransom. That is only fair. After all, it was you who failed to bring this problem to a satisfactory conclusion.
I believe I could agree to that.
And since a lady always keeps her promises, I will now answer any questions you may have.
Are there many vampires here in London?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years. This isn't the city I remember.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
The Spanish flu has hit London that bad?
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
When I awoke, changed, I was chased and attacked by vampire hunters. Prepared and well-trained.
Though I can't be certain, More than likely, it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
Once glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society. And like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seemed they have been recruiting.
A vampire? Is that what I am? What we are?
Such a crude word, defined by penny dreadfuls and drunken hacks. No. You are now an Ekon, and that you shall remain.
So we are Ekons. How can I identify us amongst other vampires?
How to put it? All Ekon are vampires, but all vampires are not Ekon. We are but a branch of the immortal tree.
Are you an Ekon too?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vampires. Forget what you think you know about us.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
Тупой вопрос, тебе уже отвечали, что нет.
Excuse my forwardness, but...
Me? Goodness, no.
I don't understand. Why was I created and then left for dead?
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you, considering how cruelly he treated you.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
Каким образом я пил кровь вампира?
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now, and 27 I shall remain.
And who bestowed upon you this eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
Юность.
Very well. But I believe there is more to this than you are saying.
A lady has to have some secrets.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
And no one suspected you of the murders?
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London Vampire Society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, we have come to a mutual understanding.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
What type of vampire is a Skull?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
А ты нет.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me then?
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, Skulls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
I bid you farewell, for now, my lady. I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
Сколько времени уже прошло?
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Каким интересным образом я второй уровень сыворотки изучил раньше, чем первый.
Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Skulls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it. Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak, but I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation. Once docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stole, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here. But it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
I admit it did occur to me. Blood seems to be the common factor in all of this.
I totally agree. We're in uncharted territory here. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but imagine the possibilities.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel
А, поэтому там
Cemetery.
закрылось.
Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
О, лишний повод сходить на кладбище, отлично. Два зайца сразу. А никто за мной не хочет поговорить по поводу того, что у вас одна из медсестер уволилась?
I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear. Good evening, nurse.
Good evening.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me.
Так, ладно, перерыв. Хочу чая заварить. 5-10 минут. Ну, частично я на месте. Бля, а как я на похорон попаду, они же днем? Не думаю, что кто-то будет ночью похорон проводить, это как-то слишком стрёмно. Так, короче, мне начинает казаться, что с главами просто спавнятся новые ящики. То есть это не старые регенят, а чисто новые появляются. Да блин, здесь прохода нет, что ли? Точно. Я хотел посмотреть. Кого там еще от чего можно вылечить? А, этого придурка я еще не полечил. Ничего себе. Ну, пока мы далеко не ушли, в принципе, можно этим заняться. Так, у меня лекарство-то есть. О, мне даже новые диалоги показывают.
It's locked. I need to talk to you, Edgar.
Please do so.
Do you know anything about the vampire hunters in the East End?
Without a doubt, it's the Guard of Priwen. Zealots to the last man.
They're definitely well organized and equipped.
They're extremely dangerous, not to be trifled with. To them, you're a feral beast, and I, your accomplice.
Where do they come from?
Once they shared the Brotherhood's ideology on non-intervention, but they concluded vampires were a scourge.
Учитывая, сколько на улице вампиров, то неудивительно.
So you manage a hospital financed by a vampire?
Yes, Pembroke was founded by Lady Ashbury. She's also our largest donor.
A convenient yet expensive way to have a fresh supply of blood on hand, day and night, don't you think?
All vampires drink blood by nature. Me, I praise the lady's exemplary moral fiber.
If I may inquire, how did you meet her?
Well, Jonathan, she sought me out and offered me the position. It's been a very profitable partnership for both parties.
Nurse Crane will not be returning to Pembroke Hospital.
Oh, really? Did something happen? She seems such a very capable woman.
She was blackmailing Lady Ashbury. Thought she was murdering patients as some sick upper-class game.
Nurse Crane was playing a dangerous game. She's lucky Lady Ashbury abhors violence.
We'll talk later.
Блин, надеюсь, никакого другого дорогого оружия не будет, и мне не придется копить деньги. Либо у меня появится какой-то более стабильный источник дохода. Я потому что хочу, например, синие части там покупать. Может, они, конечно, начнут падать с кого-то рано или поздно, но пока что я их только в продаже видел.
My dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength.
Сбаговалось, что ли? Я же убил его. Или его нужно было убить именно в зоне задания? Мне это не очень нравится. Блин, у крыс так сердце бьется. Ну, во-первых, у крыс сердце бьется значительно быстрее, чем у людей. Это звук явно людской. Может, закопнуться под землей? Хотя вряд ли, скорее всего, просто недоработка.
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony. My mother would die if she were to see me in this state. I must wait.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Mary. change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
I wish the tears would come. But I'm empty. And I feel a hypocrite.
Let your pain run free, Jonathan. Don't smother it. What you feel is your humanity. Don't be so quick to lose it.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Они знают, что это он?
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
I'm learning. Every night is a new lesson. What I am, what I must do to survive. But my sister, she shouldn't have suffered because of my weakness.
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You've felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
Thank you, my lady. I will.
Good. But be careful. If I found you here, others may too.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
А, и ворота просто открылись. Шикарно. Я, блин, мучился, что они не открываются. Да вообще не вижу смысла их запирать, учитывая, что кладбище и так было доступно.
And off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
These immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel.
Best be your phone.
Окей, все иду.
Hey, didn't you hear me?
Блин, нет, не пройду,
Sorry,
ну ладно.
sir. No advance.
Блин, хочу новое пальто. Неужели было сложно несколько одежд добавить? Вариантов. Это что-то мне кажется какое-то неуместным. Нужно чуть потемнее, мы же, блин.
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chapel. For I can be as silent as stone.
I've words for one departed. They're not for living ears to hear.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of all God's creatures.
Только мы не из них.
Between us and the Lord.
Very well, priest. As you seem quite adamant.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
Мне пофиг, я ему все выложу, как я.
She was my sister.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
She was murdered.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
Я, блин, не совсем понимаю разницу между ответами «я виноват» и «она умерла из-за меня». Просто, возможно, в оригинале, типа, это моя вина, в смысле, это я ее убил. А она умерла из-за меня, попытка как-то сгладить.
I feel responsible. The pain is consuming me.
I have a final question for you, my son.
Да, но
This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
What words would you like to say to your poor sister?
I killed you. There's no excuse. My dear Mary, forgive me.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
There. I confessed to that vicar.
Do I feel better? Only time will tell.
Good evening, Doctor.
Have you any news?
I'll never know what goes on in that place.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time, until he finally leaves Whitechapel to start another fight somewhere else.
Are you talking from experience?
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
Why this skepticism?
How can you speak about starvation if you've never been hungry? Or about poverty? Or anything else you have never suffered from?
Could this be the scarf you lost, Miss Popper?
It is much more than a scarf to me. It is the only thing that connects me to my family and my country. Thank you so much.
Я даже не знал, что она шарф терял. И я просрал 2 подсказки, отдав шарф. Как это работает?
What do you know about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
That woman is a saint. She's living proof that a strong will is sometimes all you need to make a difference.
Goodbye, miss. Good evening.
It's far.
Have you recently...
That woman is as depraved as Jezebel, and she deserves the same fate.
Really? Why is that?
This woman runs no medical facility, but a temple to the false prophets of science and debauchery. And she has many accomplices, I heard.
Why did you send Samuel to the cemetery, Tobias? What did you see there?
I sent him on a vision. A dream of a dreadful and laughing queen covered with blood, sleeping with the dead and feeding on the fear of the dying.
A laughing queen dressed in blood. Tell me more.
This epidemic is her feast, the announcement of her return. Against her, science is no more than a child's toy.
But who is she?
She is the mother of harlots and abomination of the earth. She is Babylon, drunk on the blood of the saints.
Tobias Whitaker, confess why you burnt those people alive.
I have done what no one was ready to do. I will smite the flesh of the unclean to protect the righteous.
You are just another heartless murderer, exploiting the epidemic to kill with impunity.
No! No. The only way to contain the spread is to strike at the source itself.
Только он убивает людей, которые и так уже одной ногой там.
You're not the savior of London. You're just a glorified sadist.
I take no pleasure in this awful cleansing, Dr. Reed. I am only driven by the thousands of innocents I save each night.
I have heard enough.
Не могу, короче, отдать ему бумаги Сэмюэля.
You never... Right then.
Так, сейчас минуту. Короче, за это прохождение я уже две большие ошибки допустил. Это, во-первых, пошел к этой Доротее раньше времени, не расследовал как следует. И, во-вторых, отдал, блин, шарф проститутке. Так, Сяо Шунь там не вернулась случайно?
This district seems to get uglier every year.
Светом зайти нельзя? А, тут, блин. Все понятно.
Good evening.
Have you any news on Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I can't believe that people are naive enough to trust her medicine. She's just a shady nurse with good connections.
I'd like to It's locked, all right.
The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your problems. As long as you have the money.
Блин, я чуть дебил, я же отсюда пришел. Зачем я сейчас опять сюда? Я вообще думал, что я на север иду. Да ёпта, да ты, блин! Придурок! Да не хочешь ты крови, отстань!
It's locked.
Идите в жопу, отъебитесь от меня, блядь. Да отъебись ты нахуй, блядь, от меня, сука. Да дай ты, блядь.
Crawl back to the hell that...
Вы ебанулись, что ли, блять? У него хоть есть перерыв в атаках, блять? Сука, по нему один удар остался, блять. Сука, заебал. Сначала навестись, блять, не мог там с пятой попытки, этот ёбаный, блять. Пришлось убегать. Неподходящая цель, но хер. Да иди в пизду, блять, с этим арбалетом. Сука, пидорас, блядь, заебал. Да уйди нахуй, блядь. Да хули прицел с этим? Так, он вроде не появился уже. Ну да, хер. Так, надо поменять эту штуку. Вообще не туда пошел. Да блин, ебаная камера, прекрати так делать. Так, ну там закрыто. Может даже не ходить, не проверять. Ты чё, ебанутый, блядь, ты на кого наводишься? Это, сука, что такое, блядь? Один вправо, один влево, куда-то назад, блядь, ударил. Кто там сзади, блядь? Кто? На кого ты, блядь, навелся, мудила, блядь? Что это за хуйня, блядь?
There's one of them vermin!
О, тут второй стоит.
Stop the fire! Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work. Have faith, brothers. I order you to step back. Oh, back, demon! Back!
Почему? Предположим, это такая особенность атаки, то что прицел слетает. Ты куда ты, блядь, ебашишь? Что, блядь, не так? Может так? Я вспомнил, что здесь какое-то автоприцеливание было, блядь. Сука, вот, фиксация цели, блин, смена цели на колесико мыши. Какого хуя оно само меняется, блядь? Можно не менять цели рандомно, надо прицелился, все, блядь. Пока он, сука, жив, либо пока я не отошел слишком далеко, можно на него фиксировать. Если мне нужно будет, я сам переключу, не надо, блядь, прыгать просто рандомно, блядь, во все стороны. Сука, блядь, я больше не с врагами борюсь, а с управлением этим ебучим. Сука, один удар. Пошел ты нахуй, блядь, один удар, да нет, вот. Ну, Кол удобен тем, что можно кого-то оглушить именно не дамажа. Но, по-моему, у них реально радиус отличается, потому что почему-то пилой по сравнению, ну, сложнее дамажить по сравнению с булавой, или как это называется. Блин, имеет смысл в здание заходить, там обновил еще. Ты открыть не хочешь дверь? Ты... Четвертый раз просто подошел. Блять. Неужели? С пятого получилось. Вот ты, блин, гений. Такую невыполнимую задачку решил просто толкнуть дверь и открыть. Ну, ничего нового злать нельзя, чисто зомби поубивали все. Блин, я бы побегал с чем-нибудь, что похоже на оружие, а не какая-то там пила или что. Какой-нибудь там мечик или, не знаю, прям топор двуручный.
Remember you.
Fear, be gone. I would harm no child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
Riddles and rhymes. You took my life. Now you insult my mind.
Be stilled, my child. I bring understanding.
What is it you seek?
This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur.
I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave. So the vampire who made me is some sort of disembodied entity? Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
Так, ну ладно, думаю, нужно в порт наведаться. Блин, теперь эти священники с любым патрулем ходят? Давай задрали.
Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here.
О! Действительно, цель не меняется, блин.
Away with you! Stop that fire! Demon! Back!
Кажется, или два упыря стоят, смотрят на охотника. Может, они что-нибудь делают начнут уже?
Over there! There's one of them
Чё ко мне-то? Не надо... На меня телевизор, блять. Я просто вообще мимо проходил.
Watch out! Shit! You'll pay for that! Get tasted!
Ну, да, с двумя оружиями немного удобнее в плане того, что можно контролировать, когда мне нужен урон, а когда нужно оглушение. С двуручкой, конечно, проще отчасти, но не так гибко, что ли, не знаю.
Ain't safe here for a gentleman. Die, vermin! Didn't you hear me?
Ты что, придурок, что ли? Тебе нормально? Ну и ладно.
safer places to be than here.
It's one of them!
Ах ты говно. Эх, зачем я это сделал? Ты, блядь, заебал! И уклоняйся от кого? Ёпта, блядь! Ты заебал, блядь! Ты, блядь! А, пидорас! Ты чё, в жопу иди, блядь, об тебя отпиливаться, заебешься, блядь, с этими огненными стрелами? Так, не туда же, да? Сдручку удобно именно в процессе боя, то что может там укусить, установить выносливость немного, там подхилиться и прочее. Но если чисто нужно дамаг раздать, то... О, забыто было.
stupid bitch! Watch out for them! Watch it! It's a killer! Take a breath of this!
А может вообще без автоприцельного сражаться?
Someone's playing a right strange game. I'm gonna find out who.
Сука. Почему его атака имеет приоритет, блядь? Вот опять, блядь, я замахнулся, я должен был его отбить. Не, в жопу, вот, с прицельными как-то проще сражаться. Ну, с наводкой. Так, на это я все зачел.
It's locked, all right. Hello, boy.
Hello. Good evening.
Did I scare you? You have nothing to fear from me.
No, it's just that people prefer to avoid me.
Well, I won't. I'm a doctor.
My name is Rufus, sir. Rufus Kingsbury.
What do you do around here, Rufus?
I listen to the news on the docks, sir. And I smile at those kind enough to spare me a bob.
What do people say about this place?
Things have been tense between the wet boot boys and the communists. They both feel they should run the docks.
Do you have a job?
It's hard to work, what with my head and all. Since I was a boy, I've always had trouble remembering what I do and why I do it.
What can you tell me about this region?
It's all about staying out of trouble. But since most people prefer to avoid me, it's pretty easy.
Why do people avoid you?
They call me Rufus the Curse. Around here, I'm a bit of a bad luck charm.
Have you ever thought about leaving?
Where else would I go? At least I know these streets and some people around here. This is my city, for better or worse.
Are you alone? Where is your family?
I don't have any. My parents are dead.
So you have no home? You're sleeping rough?
No. I mean, yes. I live on the streets. I have no home.
You should be careful, Rufus. There are things that lurk in the shadows of this city. Things that prey on the lonely and the desperate.
I've known worse. I'm not all alone. I have Mrs. Fishburne. She's been very kind to me.
Why do you think she's so considerate?
I can't say, sir. I guess she's a good soul. Sometimes it's like she replaces the mother I lost, even if we're not related.
Do you need help?
A real doctor caring about me. That's a first. I feel like a real person.
A real doctor treats everyone the same, Rufus.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So long, Rufus. Good evening, madam. I'm Dr. Reed. Could I come in?
Why? What do you want?
I work at the Pembroke Hospital. I'm investigating the flu epidemic in this area.
Oh, the Spanish flu. Well, that's quite liberal of you, Doctor. But this is no time to be knocking at people's doors.
The disease takes away the good people too, madam. Why not let me in?
It's Mrs. Fishburne. Stella Fishburne. And yes, indeed. Why not let a doctor in? I can't remember the last time I had a good sleep. I've been nothing but worry. So you have questions about the flu, then?
Yes, among other things.
Forgive my rudeness at the door. It's just my son doesn't like strangers coming in the house.
May I ask what you do for a living, Mrs. Fishburne?
Since my husband died, I worked at the Dawson Rope Factory, but it closed before the war. I occasionally help at the night asylum, in exchange for food.
How do you pay the rent, then?
My Seymour works at the docks, just like his dad. He's very attached to the house he grew up in. It's not always easy, but we get by all right.
Did your husband die in the war?
Oh no. My Jack was a docker. He died when my Seymour was just a lad. The poor boy saw his dad slip and fall from that scaffolding.
How is life around here?
Life has always been hard in the East End. But it's everywhere nowadays, isn't it?
Violence has always fed on poverty, don't you think? It's a cruel law of the human condition.
And selfishness is their rotten fruit. These days, you can just die in the gutter and no one will bat an eye.
Do you think the increase in violence has anything to do with the epidemic?
Don't know, but it's most likely linked to the gangs if you ask me. Recently, it's like everyone has had to pick a side.
The orphan that regards you as a mother, please tell me about him, Stella.
You mean Rufus? I wish I could do even more for the poor boy. Most people are so selfish.
But you're not.
Years may have passed, but I haven't forgotten how it feels to go through days with nothing but an empty stomach.
Your son's gone way beyond simply bullying people. He has a taste for blood, and you know it, don't you, Stella?
One night, he told me straight up, in his own words. It was several days after one of his episodes.
Did Seymour tell you everything that night?
More than I could stand. The words he used to describe his hate, his rage, how he feels when he's done it.
Why did he confess? Did you suspect something?
No. I guess he wanted his old mum to help him fight his, demons.
Stella, I know you are ashamed of your son's crimes. So why do you protect Seymour?
I can't report my own son, can I? Not a burden I could bear.
Burden? How do you mean?
They'd hang him for sure. I won't send my only son to his death.
I understand your pain, but you cannot mother him forever.
If someone ever found the courage to speak to the police, I will take my share.
Tell me about these demons Seymour needs your help to fight.
Seymour used to be such a happy child, and he is still a helping son most of the time. But when he gets angry, he can hardly contain his rage.
All men and women are born innocent, Mrs. Fishburne. But there can be a monster within any of us.
Do you think he can be cured, Doctor? Do you think something can extinguish this rage inside my Seymour?
Science has only just begun to investigate the mysteries of the human mind. Currently, we have more assumptions than fact.
There ain't no hope, then. Somehow, somewhere, my son has turned into a monster, and nothing will bring him back.
Goodbye, Miss Fishburne. Take care of yourself.
Незакрытых диалогов нету, но при этом все равно одна подсказка есть где-то.
Just grow eyes in the back of that head, sir. Gentlemen are easy targets in these parts. Nothing but worry.
I've lived in worse.
Evening, Rufus.
Evening, Miss...
So long, Rufus.
Some call this the bad part of town. I've lived in worse.
Good evening, Mr.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Mr.
Так а как ниже спуститься, что-то не понимаю. Не вплавь же.
It's locked.
Ага. Через ту дверь только. Ну, ладно, потом, значит.
Now everything seems under control, more or less.
Don't forget to keep an eye out for this guard of something, sweetie. My guess is they're recruiting.
Good evening, sir.
Who the fuck are you?
Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, some fancy gentleman we've got it.
So you won't tell me your...
The name is Booth Digby. Maybe I'll ask my boys to break one or two of your bones, just so you remember it.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Things ain't that bad, thanks to us. We give people what they need, and we control this borough.
Well, you're not doing a very good job. People are still dying here, like everywhere else.
Yeah, well, we can't be everywhere all the time. And Edwina says if we can find more guns, we could be more efficient.
More efficient? Really? You should probably tell Edwina that guns are useless against diseases and infections.
Incredible. You know what? You're lucky she can't hear you right now. She's more smart than patient. My sweet queen of the docks.
Are you some kind of vigilante patrolling these streets at night?
Something like that, but the police aren't in charge here. We are, see?
So, tell me about your gang, then.
What? Have you got a death wish? You really want me to answer that?
Well, yes. You seem so proud of your status. Why not tell me who you're working for?
Oi! I'm the boss, all right? The Wet Boot Boys work for me. All of them. Situation round here is better than other districts because of us. Because of me.
So you're a concerned criminal, is that it?
Using funny jokes about me and my boys, are you? Fuck. You must have some balls.
I saw many men like you during the war, Mr. Digby. Greedy little cockroaches who feed on despair.
I could kill you for saying that. But, nah. You've been a soldier. I can respect that.
Tell me about the man you killed, Booth. What happened?
One of us had been killed, so we had to retaliate. That's the whole story.
There has to be more to it than that.
No, really. One of us got killed, so the killer had to die. That's how things have always been done round here. No one gives a shit.
Don't you see it's an endless spiral? One day, it will be you who will be stabbed, or shot, or worse.
That's what my sweet Edwina always says, that one day I'll get it too. But she says it with the most beautiful smile, my Edwina.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby. Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. What do you want?
Booth Digby looks at you with love-struck eyes. Tell me, Edwina, is the feeling mutual?
You have no idea how refreshing it can be for a woman to receive all the pleasure she needs. For once.
I'll take your word for it.
What is it, Doctor? A woman's not supposed to talk about these things.
I'm not that easily shocked, Miss Cox. You can speak freely about your lover if you so wish.
The poor bastard is good to me, if you must know. He makes me feel good. And that's a first.
So you're just like any other couple, after all, are you not?
Yeah, we're so ordinary that I'd put a bullet in his head if he ever cheated on me.
Can I see what you have to sell?
As long as you have money, I'll show you all I have.
Заурядная херня.
I must look a fool. Heartens me to know you can't see me.
Какое интересное помещение без охраны.
You again.
I know you're looking for an honest job, Booth. You're tired of this criminal life, aren't you?
It's just an idea. Edwina loves to run things so much. You can never really leave the gang. Wet boys for life, you know.
Do you know Edwina suspects you to be unfaithful?
Edwina's the one who asked to be called Mrs. Cox, even though Clay hadn't touched her for such a long time.
You have not answered my question.
She's a passionate woman. I've no doubt she'll shoot me down if I ever betray her, but that's not going to happen. I love her as she is.
Goodbye, Mr.
Кто, блин, в кого выстрелил? Блин, я кругами хожу. Пацан, да, пацан.
Good evening, sir.
Whatever.
Don't you recognize me?
Don't take it personally. I spent a lot of...
Yes, you had definitely...
I'm Jason Delaney.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you say such a thing? I love this neighborhood. So friendly. So joyful.
Why are you so cynical?
Cynicism is the polite way to express despair, Doctor.
No reason at all to rejoice, then. Life is hopeless and then we die, is that it?
Let me tell you a story.
All right. Go on.
A few years ago, when I believed a resolute man could change things around here for good, a tragedy occurred nearby.
What kind of tragedy?
It was a bomb. Bomb that exploded and killed many people. Metal and blood everywhere. Shouts, fire, broken window of the shoe shop, the torn street light.
You lost people you loved that day, didn't you?
I've lost everything. But you know what the worst part is? I don't even remember where it happened. I've drunk so much to forget it, and now I can't remember where it was. I can't pay my homage to the dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Delaney.
It's okay. If you ever find the place, just leave a flower for me there. Even if you tell me where it is. I'm not sure I'd memorize it.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Delaney?
I drink. I drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night. And then I drink some more.
Don't you work at all?
I'd love to, but I don't have the time. Didn't I tell you? Drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night.
Why do you drink so much?
Maybe it's because I prefer dying slowly. Death can be so abrupt. Personally, I like to see mine coming at my own pace.
You sound very sad, sir.
That's because I am, Doc.
Surely you must have had dreams and expectations when you were young, like everybody else.
Sure. I wanted things to change. To really change, and to change for good. The bigger the dream, the harder the fall.
Sounds like you were an idealist, which is honorable.
No, sir. I was an anarchist, and I believed that exclusive property is a robbery in nature. I wanted a new world to rise from the ashes, Dr. Reed.
Do you really think the world is that bad?
No, I believe we all can choose to make it better. But most of us are too weak, too corrupt and too guilty. I failed for sure, but others will come.
I want to know more about your past as an anarchist, Dyson.
I'm still an anarchist, Doctor, make no mistake. I just reject violence as a tool to change the world, unlike my comrades.
Do you still see your comrades, then? Even if you don't agree with their methods anymore, I mean.
No. I hope they'll come to share my point of view one day. I'll raise my glass to that splendid idea.
Do you believe in a bloodless revolution, then?
I do not believe in much anymore, Doctor. But I'll admit I like your idea of peaceful change. I like it a lot.
Inebriation aside, do you need medical help?
Yes. I feel sicker than usual these days.
Take this, then. And perhaps you could try to slow down the alcohol intake, too.
Hey, Doc, you don't really want me to stop the only remedy I can afford.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
Опа, это было открыто?
It's locked, all right.
Так, ладно, 5 минут перерыв.
Welcome back.
Why does your waitress feel in danger working on the docks?
This part of town is dangerous for all, but for women it's worse, as always. Sabrina is a brave girl, but she can't help feeling in danger.
Do you think she has good reason to feel this way? Are you not worried about her safety?
Of course I am. The truth is, she's tougher than me deep inside. She just has to learn to control it.
Goodbye, Mr. Watt.
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys
So
get
few
hospital.
clients. What with the epidemic, no one dares go outside.
You still working at this hour?
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
Так, ладно, хотел посмотреть, сколько там можно из топора выжить. Так, плюс 30 урона. Угу. А здесь у нас только плюс 20 будет. Но зато немного крови. Ага. Блин, я бы его прокачал, просто свинцовые пластины, я смотрю, они нужны как бы на всех уровнях. Как бы потом не пришлось их собирать. Блин, этот бестолковый, блин. Перк на 2,5 крови. Ну, блин, хорош, 2,5 крови. Вы серьезно, что ли, за удар? Это же, ну, вообще ни о чем. С другой стороны, достаточно пила быстро бьет. И если чисто в кровь качаться, то, может быть, как-то будет набираться. Ну, топорик, в принципе, чуть-чуть в оглушение можно сделать, но это какое-то бестолковое оглушение, просто копеечное будет. Но лучше уж в оглушение, чем в кровь, потому что, ну, блин, 5 крови за удар. Учитывая, что мы за раз там выпиваем 40, я не знаю. Ладно, посмотрим. Может, что-нибудь получше найдется, пока не буду так спешить.
Time to plan the future.
Good thing we haven't been seen for a while.
Starts to become right peaceful, don't you think? What have you done? You should have talked.
Good evening, sir. I'm a mate.
Well, I could say the same.
I'm Dr. John.
And I am Archer Woodbead. Please excuse my assertive...
If you were such a respected figure,
Surely you have many interesting stories about this part of town.
You bet I do, but make no mistake. I'm no rat, sir. Some secrets are best left buried.
Any remarkable new faces around here?
Nobody. Well, there's that boy Rufus the Curse. I like him, despite the reputation he's made since his parents died. Poor little bastard.
I'm sure a district as colorful as the docks must have plenty of stories about strange visitors and creepy characters.
So, you want me to talk about the sewer dog, don't you?
If you don't mind.
The sewer dog is a bitch. Appropriately named. An old woman dressed in rags. She has an elegance, though. Despite her ugliness. I saw her once. Scared the life out of me.
Do you still know anyone? From the old days, I mean.
Most of them are dead. I still give Miss Gillingham salutations. She doesn't remember me. She did once like me. Boy, she was a beauty back then.
Who would you trust around here?
The owner of the Turquoise Turtle's a decent fella. Tom's his name. Sean Hampton's all right too. Don't particularly share his religious views. He's quite devout if you catch my meaning.
What can you tell me about this?
People used to feel safe around here. They had the gangs protecting them. Now all they do is bicker and plot against one another.
And what about the gangs?
Back in my day, people trusted the Wet Boot Boys. We looked out for the docks and its families. Nowadays, they're just a bunch of greedy fuckers.
You were a gang member?
I was their leader for a time, believe it or not. Now these bastards act like I'm nothing. Not one of them. They owe me some damn respect.
Missing the good old days, are you not?
Trust me, son. The longer you live, the less meaning your existence will have. You need to remember the days you still had beliefs.
Have you always been so bitter?
It's not bitterness, it's poorly masked disgust. When everything turns to shit, we all have to eat a spoon or two.
With everything that's happened recently, the war, Spanish flu, I must concede that these are difficult times.
A few nights ago, I saw a kid eating a rat. He was right in front of one of those abandoned houses nearby. Just chewing on a living rat's insides.
Tell me about the Wet Boot Boys, Archer. I want to know more.
We were there for the families and each other. It was us against the world. We were vicious, tough, even cruel. But we were united.
You sound like you were some kind of radical union member.
Yes, nowadays the communists and gangs squabble over pointless territory. Sounds stupid when you say it out loud.
Tell me everything you know about the Guard of Priwen.
Andrew never told me what they do. I do know they're vigilantes with military training. Access to some impressive firepower.
And what is your personal opinion about the Guard, then?
This Guard of Priwen is just another gang preying on the young and naive. Preying on people like my boy. I know how it works. I invented it.
Why did your son really join the Guard of Priwen?
If I believed in a higher power, I'd see this as punishment for my own sins. I deserve it for all the young men I enlisted back in the day.
So your son has left you nothing to explain his actions? No letter or message?
Not even a note. I'm a proud man, Dr. Reed. But I would kneel and pray if I thought it would give me my Andrew back.
You don't believe in God, though, do you, Mr. Woodbead? So why did he join?
Now I think about it, Andrew joined the Guard, not to defy me, but to follow in my footsteps, to make me proud.
Goodbye, sir.
Все, тут больше не с кем говорить. А, вот, где эти придурки? Я слышу, как там кто-то что-то жрет, а ты, блин, стоишь, что ты ничего не делаешь. А, то есть, пока я не вошел, вы не стреляли в него, да? Отлично. Да пошел ты, что ты меня палишь-то, блин? Блять, как меня схватил, сука, блядь. Ёпта, хуй ты застрял, блядь. Пидорас, блядь, сука, один удар ёбаным колом, блядь, и я бы его оглушил. Сука, блять, не обрабатывала бы игра с такой задержкой, блять, команды, и если бы перст не застревал во всякой хуйне, блять. В столбах, блять, в полу, где угодно он застревает, блять. Ты хотя бы рывок на месте делай, блять, чтобы я понял. Мне тут просто как в коконе, и все нахрен зависает, намертво. А, с конца тоже отправляется. Блять, а сейчас даже урона не получил. Что за бред, блядь?
rum has so much alcohol, he could keep this district afloat for quite some time. It's locked. I cannot enter.
Да блин, я это уже дергал.
It's a leech!
Ах ты, блядь! Сразу так атаковать-то зачем? А я не могу туда в бою запрыгнуть, охрененно, блядь. Сука. Блин, очень много патронов для револьвера, но при этом у меня один единственный вот этот револьвер, который ни хрена не использую. Что-то мне кажется, точно что-то еще должно быть.
It's locked, all right.
Надоело уже. Я здесь бывал уже. Улучшить револьвер, что ли, все равно навалом всякого. То есть я сейчас 9 частей рукояти потрачу на апгрейд ебаного топора. Из 12, которые у меня есть. То есть если что-то сейчас найдут новое, то я уже прокачать его не смогу. Блин, ресурсов недостаточно. Так, ладно, какие северные доки? Я в западных доках вроде еще не все опускал. Так, с какого выхода на улицу не случайно? Да как туда попасть-то?
I cannot enter.
С всех сторон опечатано. Так, ладно, пока мне туда не надо, значит. Почему у меня опять на карте какая-то хуйня? А где она? Что эти метки тут делают? Откуда они взялись?
It's locked. It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Да куда ты, блин, спустись? Что-то здесь высокоуровнево все достаточно. Кстати, рада, что труп разобрали, потому что здесь прям вообще какая-то бойня была в прошлый раз. Ох, нихера там, блин. Развлекайтесь сами, ребята.
It's a leech! We have to stop it! Christ!
Блин, капеллан.
Crawl back to the hell that barred you!
Оп-оп-оп, я обознался. Так, это мы где? Ага, я понял примерно.
Best be moving on. That leech is false!
говно. Еле хватило выносливости. Это что сейчас за удар был? Я ни хрена не нажимал. О, отлично. Часть обычной рукояти. То, что нужно.
It's locked, all right.
В стенд, походу, я не могу пока попасть. Ну, на прокачку вторички хотя бы хватает. А, пошло гулять-то гулять. Блин, или не стоит все-таки еще один уровень брать? Ладно, давайте вот так. Учитывая, что я все равно большую часть времени сражаюсь с двуручкой, то я не теряю ничего особо.
I cannot enter.
Да блин, как... Так, вряд ли я могу по этому мосту пройти, чтобы с Утарк попасть. Ах ты говно. Ну вообще неплохо кровь регенит так-то. То есть там один каст... Как-то хрень называется, уже забыл. Теневая бомба? Ладно, не суть. То есть один каст теневой атакующей обилки, либо пару лечилок даже можно провести. Что-то у тебя радиус не очень хороший. Да блядь. Эта хрень по 30-ке дамажит, почему-то это нигде не указано. Не то чтобы это было много. Так, ладно, топор без последнего уровня прокачки что-то как-то вообще плохо справляется.
It's a leech! Kill it! Over there! There's one of them vermin! Die!
Сука, пидорас, блядь, заебал меня станет. Ну, да, эта хрень, может быть, не так много крови восстанавливает, как нормальное питание, и плюс она не лечит, но... Не знаю, как-то темп проще поддерживать. Плюс не требуется их оглушать, просто взял, отпитался, там, отхилился способностью, еще окей.
It's locked. I cannot enter.
He's mine! Filthy piece of shit!
Типа набор доктора. Пила в одной руке, в другой скальпель. Отлично. Не скальпель, а ампутационный нож. И почему-то он выглядит как штык-нож просто. Вообще как-то странно в руке лежит.
It's locked.
Понятно, вообще никуда никак не попасть. Я этого придурка не полечил, что ли? Блин, забыл. Так, средства от головы есть.
It's locked, all
Что
right.
к тебе?
I cannot enter.
Good evening. Newton is conflicted about his feelings towards you. Would you like to talk about it, Oswald?
It makes me sad and angry. It feels like the beautiful thing we have is somehow tainted. It hurts to see him so lost.
His love for you is genuine. I'm certain he wasn't lying to me when he expressed his feelings for you.
Newton still has to accept it, knowing he'll be seen as a queer, a fairy, less than a man in those simple-minded bigots' eyes. Though he's more of a man than they'll ever be, so fuck them all.
Do you need medical attention?
Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm grateful for what you've done, but I've never felt comfortable with doctors.
I'm certain you have your reasons. But let me assure you, I'm not like other doctors you may have consulted with.
It is true. You risked your life to save me, after all. It would be impolite to refuse your counsel.
Goodbye.
Где там твой кореш, блин? Он где-то рядом ходил, пропал уже?
It's locked, all right.
Угу. Я туда никак не попаду. Это вообще до свидания. А, вот. Это задание не сдал еще. Я это задание не сдал. Так, вот местность за рекой я, по-моему, не рассматривал. Да иди ты в задницу. блядь, придурок, что... Что за херня, блядь? Я от него нажимаю увернуться, блядь. Камера проворачивается на 90, и он, блядь, уклоняется в сторону этого пидораса, блядь. Как? Куда ты повернулся? Нахуя? Зачем? Что, блядь, происходит? Можно как-то, блядь... пизда.
Watch out! It's fast! The beast must die!
Иди в пизду. Иди нахуй, блядь.
Stay back, beast!
Блядь, что началось-то? Да, блядь, иди нахуй, сука, блядь! Ёбаное, блядь, говно, блядь, ебучая камера, охуела совсем, что ли? Что, блядь, происходит? Я, блядь, даже отойти не мог, потому что... Пиздец, блядь, можно переименовать стримы, блядь. Борьба, блядь, с камерой, вот это единственное, чем я занимаюсь на протяжении, блядь, всей ебаной игры, блядь. Консольное дерьмище, блядь, нахуя? Они что, блядь, портировали игру с консоли? Почему нельзя было нормально сразу разрабатывать? Сука, ублюдство, опять всех этих пидорасов, блядь. Сука, блядь, один раз можешь ударить, блядь. Чуть не хватало, чтобы он меня, блядь, добил на ёбану вот этой, блядь, питке здоровья. Мне же, блядь, в кайф их зачищать просто, блядь, по 100 раз.
Die, vermin!
Сука, блядь. Да пошел ты нахуй, сука! Где уклонение, блядь? Где, блядь, лечение? Почему 2 раза нужно нажимать? Блин, да, с двуручкой этих тварей убивать попроще, конечно. Блять, какое же ёбаное управление неотзывчивое, это просто пиздец, блядь. Сука, оно как будто для оладушков каких-то, блядь, не знаю, с реакцией улитки, блядь. Типа, похуй, что ты быстро нажал, это, блядь, не имеет значения, потому что это кастоваться говно 2 секунды будет, блядь.
No rest for the wicked.
Пошел ты.
I shall fear no evil.
Oh my God!
Lord, give us strength. The beast. Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here. He's dead.
I cannot enter.
Блин, сколько этот нож потребляет? 15? Да ну хорош, что-то он очень мало жрет. Ну, вдвое меньше, чем двуручка. То есть, ну, он относительно быстро бьет, но если цель как-то плюс-минус стоит на месте, можно быстро кровь набить. Я пока не могу сказать, что это прямо значительно удобнее, чем обычная тактика. Много приходится через аутофагию лечиться. Нужно ее прокачивать, получается. Так, здесь не пройти, я точно помню, кучу раз пытался. Так, никого не нужно лечить в этом районе. Нужно, но я не знаю, где этот человек. Да ёпта, это то же самое есть здесь. Так, и там закрыто, насколько я помню. Ты поза.
It's locked, all right.
Разумеется. Да, по сути, могу сейчас только квест Тому сдать. Разве что можно заскочить по пути к этому придурку с шифром. Где он там? Он... Здесь где-то, что ли? А, нет.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
Maybe it's time to see if this Christina is...
Joe, please, I don't have your money.
Come on, Barrett, you know the game you play.
Хотя можно поспать, прокачаться. Там как раз часть выздоровеет и... вернуться из места спасения. Блин, я не понимаю, зачем нужен паралич на 10 секунд. Что за 10 секунд делать? Просто кого-то типа из боя выводить? А, окей. Я еще комментировал в прошлый раз, то, что вот эти 10 единиц оглушения это вообще ни о чем, но урон очень сильно возрастает. То есть 720, а здесь... Даже не в оглушении дело, а в том, что реально, да, может прям вообще жестко. Ну, я бы когти качнул, чтобы посмотреть на их связку именно с ножом. То есть ударить способности и после этого восполнить потраченное. Урона не очень много, правда. 200. Че, реально аутофагию прокачать? Ну, когти вряд ли буду качать. Мне бы какое-нибудь оружие против... Блин, как их там называют, я уже забыл. Капелланов? Ну вот, если еще накоплю 300 очков, смогу убивать оглушенных противников. Так, вообще да, барьер качаю по-любому. Так, ну 1400 не хватит практически ни на чего, разве что когти. Я думал, что от паралича отказаться, вместо нее какую-то атакующую обилку взять, но с другой стороны паралич очень удобен. Там некоторые враги, например, в блоке стоят, и с ними вообще практически ничего нельзя сделать, кроме как парализовать. То есть они твою атаку отбивают и контратакуют. От контратаки можно уклониться, но, блин, лишний гемор, прочее парализовать и нормально разобраться. Так, ладно, укус не буду пока прокачивать. Этого не хватает. Продолжим качать лос. Чё они все позаболевали? Так, сколько там, блин, больных? И у всех переутомления, да? Семь человек, блин, охренеть. Ну понятно, мне в любом случае придется переться на кладбище. Так, разве что в этот раз проход открылся. Я, блядь, прожал этот ёбаный щит. Какого хуя он не коснулся вовремя? Весь камера чудит. Сука, дайте, блять, ёбаный, пройти, пидорасы, блять, почему я в вас застрял, блять? Так, ладно, переходим обратно на палку. Что, блядь, это хуйня получается. Противников, которых я должен просто разбирать вообще по пути, блядь, даже не запариваться на них. Как-то со скрипом подается.
Good evening, sir. It's me.
Leave me alone, I...
All right. Are you all right, Miss Shun?
My name is Xiao Shun. This is the proper way to address someone in my country.
I do apologize, Xiao Shun. Are you all right?
Yes, I am. This is the only place...
Are you on your own? Do you have any friends or family who you could be with?
I have family and friends, but I need to be here alone. One day maybe I'll go back to them,
You should not be by yourself. Grief can be a terrible trial, and it's even worse when you're alone.
Thank you for your sincere words, Dr. Reed. I sense you trying to help me, even if I don't quite understand why.
Tell me how your husband died, Xiaoshun.
Matthew died of the Spanish flu, like so many others. It's a mundane cause of death these days, but for me it meant the end of the world.
At this time, there is so little medical science can do to defeat this terrible epidemic. I'm truly sorry.
The worst thing is not his death, even if it tears me apart. The worst is not to have seen it coming, to have lost him so quickly, even before realizing it.
Did he hide his condition from you?
Matthew was a smiling type, a happy sort. Everything that I am not. Did he laugh at his death to come, or did he not realize what was going to happen? I'll never know.
The Spanish flu may be the worst disease mankind has ever faced. Why are you blaming yourself?
You don't understand. I didn't know he was so sick. I didn't realize the gravity of his situation until it was too late.
As harsh as this sounds, we are all equally vulnerable to this awful disease. It can take the strongest man in just a couple of days.
I never said goodbye to Matthew. We never realized how bad it was. We laughed about it even. He always made me laugh. Now I don't have enough tears to shed.
You realize you can't stay here forever, don't you? Eventually, you'll have to leave the cemetery.
Why? Why should I go? Since this is the only place I can find peace of mind.
But you're not dead. There is a difference between visiting the dead and staying with them.
You sound like you're no stranger to the pain I feel.
Let's just say, I too have a good reason to visit cemeteries at night.
Please accept my condolences for your loss then, Dr. Reed.
Are you a doctor yourself? Is this why you feel so guilty for not saving your sick husband?
No, I am not. But I still need to blame someone for Matthew's death. And who else, if not his wife, who did not see it coming?
I'm a physician. One of the best in the country. But I was unable to save my own sister, Mary. She died in my arms.
Why tell me this? Is it supposed to make me feel better?
No. But I felt I should share it with you. Since she is buried here too.
May I ask what caused the death of your sister?
You could say she was also killed by a terrible disease. A disease I have sworn to fight and cure, no matter how long it takes.
Thank you for sharing that with me, Dr. Reed. Maybe it's time we start to rebuild our lives, you and I.
You should go home now.
I think you're right. Cemeteries are for the dead, for they need silence too. Thank you for your honesty and your wisdom, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your company, Xiaoshun. Take care on the way home.
Maybe I'll see you again in Whitechapel. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye for...
В итоге я рано спала, она где-то здесь тусила, и надо было просто с ней поговорить. Или нет? Ладно, пофиг. Так, там не разбаговались останки этого придурка? Странно, кто появляется на карте, то пропадает. О! Так, если эти сраные гули зареспились, возможно, удастся убить повторно. Ох, неужели, да, забаговался.
It's locked, all right. This man's far too old to be
Да,
Samuel.
я их осмотрел уже. Че ты сомневаешься, здесь пройти можно? А, можно? Чё себе. Я думал, здесь тупик. Ну, в смысле, только один вход.
Against malevolence and...
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's Father Whitaker, my son. So, are you still lost in your rational delusions?
Why?
I said...
You sent a man to die because of... Good evening.
It's...
I have found Samuel, your disciple. I am afraid I have bad news.
I already expected the worst. He should already have come back. He is dead, isn't he?
Yes, he is now. The epidemic took him.
Samuel steadily made donations to our cause. He would have rewarded you himself if you'd found me in that awful cemetery. Please accept this money.
Your disciple, Samuel, stole from the dead in Stonebridge Cemetery. I have proof of his crime and proof of his death.
No! Samuel was the best of us. So devoted, so zealous. He gave all he had for the cause. He tirelessly preached the good word.
He defiled the dead with his petty thefts. That's how he financed your misguided crusade.
Think what you will. When this city is saved, he will be praised for his devoted fortitude. He walked boldly into the mount.
Your precious Samuel used you. He was an immoral crook.
If that's true, then he will be my burden to bear during this endless night.
I have heard enough for tonight.
Так, что там осталось? Что это правильно? Что значит 1 из 4? Я, по-моему, уже 2 записки нашел. Блин, этих придурков полечить всех нужно. Все понял. Да пошли в жопу, блядь.
The beast must. We cannot be defeated. We'll crush this beast.
Как вы, блин, быстро респитесь? Блин, как же быстро палка запьяненного этого оборотня сраного, но при этом я очень сложно с ним сражаюсь при помощи пилы. Почему? Ну, походу, да, и именно через заглушение нужно с ним работать. То есть по урону-то она не особо превосходит. Чтоб тебе пусто было. Ой, что я делаю? Ух ты, ёпта, блядь, что это было? Обычно камера там 90-180 градусов было, но сейчас, по-моему, было 360, она еще вверх куда-то ебанула. Рекорд. Во, опять. Но сейчас просто 180. Я, блин, с такой скоростью мышку не могу дергать, я чисто физически, блин. Стабильное, блядь, создание. Чего все позаболевали? Ладно, еще хорошо, что легкие, блядь.
Good evening. Do you need medical attention?
Well, the proximity of the dead is not the most healthy company, even if the quiet can be appreciated.
Don't take too many risks with your health, Mr. Chidana. None of us are immune to this disease.
And that is a good thing. Death and disease is a constant reminder of...
Goodbye, Mr. Good evening, Mr. Fitz.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
Really? Why has no one else asked me that since I got here? I thought I was in a hospital.
Unfortunately, you are not the only person who needs help. And complaining about it won't do you any good.
Well, perhaps you're right, Dr. Reed. I'm sure if me missus was still alive, she wouldn't be happy with me going on like this.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Так, а я с этими придурками говорил вообще?
Good evening, Mr. Goswick.
I'm okay.
Admit it, Mortimer. Your mother had you hospitalized here because you tried to kill yourself.
Yes, it's true.
All right, then. This is the first time we've really shared information about your case. Shall we call this progress?
Call it what you want, Dr. Reed.
You can trust me. I won't report you to the authorities. My one and only concern is your health.
I guess I should thank you, then.
Can I help you in any way, Mr. Goswick?
I wrote a letter for my mother. She was supposed to read it after my death. But I suppose she doesn't have to read it now.
I see. And is this letter still near the place where you tried to take your own life?
Yes. And I don't want anyone reading my last words. I mean, I'm still here. If you bring me back that letter, then perhaps we'll talk.
I have to go now, sir.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son?
Do you require medical attention as well, Mrs. Goswick?
Do you know you're the only one who's asked me this? No. I don't feel well, actually.
Despite what you think about this place, I can tell you with absolute certainty, taking this will help you recover.
Well, at least your reputation seems well deserved. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for this hospital.
Your son wished to die, Beatrice. Why did you hide such crucial information?
Are you not aware suicide is a crime? Mortimer could be thrown in jail. I can't let that happen. I won't.
I understand you fear the legal consequences, Mrs. Goswick. But don't you realize your silence significantly affects your son's case?
All my son needs is help and comprehension. Not judgment and punishment for what he may or may not have done.
Интересный концепт. Попытался покончить с собой, не довел дело до конца. Твоя жизнь кончена, отправляйся за решетку. Будешь умирать там.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
As for me, I feel under an idiot.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Еще какую-то подсказку не открыл, охренеть.
Do you need my assistance?
Don't be ridiculous. I'm capable of dealing with this myself. I've just not taken the time to do so.
Then you are lucky that I have taken the time to do so. Consider it a gesture of solidarity between professionals.
I wish this hospital could have received as much attention from you, Dr. Reed. We do not see you in surgery very often.
Thank you for your time.
Но вообще, я что-то начинаю подумать, что, наверное, можно было спасти того пациента. У Доротеи.
You are going to reveal all your...
Good evening, Mr. Elwood. Soldier, do you need assistance?
Not really. I think I caught something in this bloody hospital. I swear I'm dead, yet smiling inside, Dr. Reed.
As long as you remain here, I will make sure you don't have to worry about your health.
Don't think you can do much about it. Damage is done.
Goodbye for now, Mr.
Опа-на.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
What can you tell me about the recent events in the hospital?
That Mr. Hampton killed Miss Jones in her room, then ran away.
And did you see all this?
No. I was working by the tents when it all happened. I only entered the room when they asked me to clean up the blood.
Where is Miss Jones's body?
I don't know. I'd imagine the...
Did you see Sean?
I think I saw a silhouette exiting the hospital.
Ёкарам-бабай, про нее тоже еще какие-то подсказки нужны.
Do you require medical assistance, nurse?
I will be fine, as soon as I can get some sleep.
Nurse, you won't be able to help people if you're sick. Take this, and do try to get some rest.
I'll try, Dr. Reed. Thank you.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Кто там еще не полеченный? Продается оружие.
Jonathan, my sincere...
Your kindness.
Is there anything you
I spied my mother at the funeral. Have you ever revealed yourself to a member of your family?
No, Jonathan. And I'd advise you even from thinking about it.
But what if I was close to someone and wished to tell them the truth?
Fear, loathing, disgust. And then they will plead to be turned. They will see it as salvation. Then there's the risk of gaining the attention of vampire hunters.
Are we then condemned to lie to those we love?
We are creatures of deception, my friend. But this is more for their sake than ours.
Are we condemned to attend the funerals of all we love?
Dying is the final act of life, Jonathan. Present company excluded. Accepted.
As a practitioner of the medical sciences, I'm prepared for the death of loved ones. But mourning in the shadows, deprived of sharing one's grief.
We are no longer a part of the circle of life and death. We are undead, my friend, and so we are outcasts.
I don't know what to expect. Am I cursed to an eternity of solitude?
With time, we Ekon tend to go into isolation. If we survive long enough, that is.
Goodbye, my lady. Good evening,
Good evening, Doc.
Do you need any medical...
I'm afraid I do. Like everyone in this hospital. It's a sad state of affairs when even the hospital workers are worried about.
Our job brings us into contact with all kinds of infections, Milton. There's no shame in being ill while you're in a hospital.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. I get the feeling you don't fall sick often. But thanks anyway.
I'd like to...
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody...
Так, вроде всех подшли. Так, в порту еще кто-то, но я их не могу достать. Этот придурок, я даже не знаю, где он вообще. Это тот же самый, который на кладбище сидит, скорее всего.
will not let you down, my boy.
Так, где эта бабка?
Good evening. Please show. Of course. It's locked.
Говно, нельзя за ним пройти.
I'm sorry you ended up on a plain and cold medical bench.
But we have some of the most brilliant minds in London, Edward.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Так, ладно, перерыв, минут 5.
Dog's fault, they say. Then the gangs, the epidemics, everyone's throwing the blame.
I should have offered a drink to the boy.
I hope I live long enough.
Welcome back, Doctor. What can I do for you?
Ох, нихера.
You attempted murder. Give me some details.
I was given an order to kill. I was an obedient gang member at the time. A proud, wet boot boy.
Why did you join the gang?
Because I finally felt useful. Do you have any idea what it means to feel respected when the rest of the world shits on you?
So you were ordered to kill someone. What happened then?
I don't know if you can possibly understand, but I couldn't kill him. I just stood there pointing my gun. Someone saw me. I gave up.
Why couldn't you shoot?
My target was eating in that fancy restaurant with mirrors and music. He was eating, drinking, laughing. He was having such a good time. I hated him for his bottomless appetite and easy life of easy pickings. And then something happened.
Ну, по-любому какой-то из верхних, но...
You refused to kill him because you wanted to feel some of that happiness yourself. You empathized with him.
Exactly. The man was a bloody landlord who rented overpriced flats. A selfish bastard. But he made me smile. And I was no different from him.
Tell me about your arrest for attempted murder, Tom.
I tried to kill someone. I got arrested. I paid my debt and I have nothing to hide.
So you mean your customers know about your sordid past?
Yeah, why do you think this is the last pub open? I have nothing to hide and I don't judge. That's a relief for many round here.
Do you think prison changed you? Made you a better man?
Oh, I don't know about that. All I brought back is bad memories, scars, and an ugly tattoo of a blue turtle.
But do you feel cleansed of your sins?
All I know is that I'm at peace. I did what I did, but I wouldn't do it again. Does that make me a better man? I don't know.
Why not leave town and start a new life after you got out of jail?
I grew up in the East End. This is where my roots are. This is where I want to help others and die, eventually.
Do you think the docks will always be a hive of scum and villainy?
As long as poverty and fear run the show, I don't see how it would change. Misery loves company, as they say.
Don't you feel threatened, staying in such a violent and criminal neighborhood?
I've made peace with my violent past, Dr. Reed. I may not be a pacifist, but I'm not angry anymore.
You lied to me, Tom. Your warehouse wasn't empty. It was inhabited with armed vigilantes.
I'm sorry, Dr. Reed, but I thought those Prewen guards would be willing to let someone like you pass without trouble.
That was devious of you, Tom. Next time you can bloody well go yourself.
I apologize, Doctor, but it's just that I prefer to avoid the law, its enforcers, and all manner of thugs in uniform.
Here is your booze. I hope it will appease your customers. Just try not to kill anyone with this poison of yours.
Believe me, Doctor, most of my customers are less agreeable when sober.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Блин, проглядел, сколько мне там отсыпали?
What with the epidemic, no one dares go outside.
Блин, интересно, долго еще будут эти странные часы таскать?
Foolish girl and her pretty principles. She's got no idea who she's dealing with.
Ах ты тварь такая.
a leech! Kill it! A leech! A leech! Oh my god! Human! Kill it! Die! Murdering bastard! Roast him!
Ну, хоть крыс не стал жрать, и на том спасибо.
Please, sir. I can't... I'll let you through. I shall fear no evil!
Ни одного человека нет. Ты хорош, блин, я без крови хожу. А, вот.
Ain't leech spotted! Watch out!
Ёбанулись, что ли, блядь? Иди нахуй, блядь! Блядь, ты заебал. Ах ты, блядь. Надеялся, у него хватит здоровья, чтобы полечиться. Ну, не полечиться, а кровь.
In this letter, Mortimer Goswick does nothing to hide his desire to die. I could give it to his mother, but doing so would betray his trust. It's locked, all right.
Так. Что-то бред какой-то. Мне кажется, что не взрослеют они через несколько месяцев. Это как-то сложно представить. Если даже допустить, что физическое тело развивается, то умственно это просто животное будет. И вот тоже, когда создает потомство, он дает свою кровь и не кусает, но у меня прокус на шее точно был. Блин, а я думал, я кратчайшим путем пошел, что-то петляю.
Good evening, Mr. Goswell.
I'm okay.
I've read your letter, Mortimer. You wrote about an unbearable feeling of despair while the world crumbles around you. Tell me more about it.
There's nothing more to say, really. It's hurtful, it's unbearable, and I don't ask anyone to understand what I feel.
The world is bleak, but maybe the pain we feel is the best compass for making it a better place.
How can we repair the world, Dr. Reed, when mankind is the biggest problem? Yes, the world will be a much better place when we're gone.
I have retrieved your letter, Mr. Goswick. I can assure you that nobody read it but me.
Thank you. This is for you, then. For your help. And for your silence.
I think you should talk to your mother. It would be good for both of you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. I'll think about it. Now please, let me be.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor.
Ух, нифига.
Mortimer is extremely vague as to his motivations for committing suicide. Tell me more about what you know.
As you say, Mortimer had no reason to die. All he said to me was that he wanted to make the world a better place, but couldn't.
What do you think he meant by making...
Mortimer has always been a sensitive soul. He wouldn't talk to anyone for months after his father passed. It's like he carries everyone's sadness with him.
Why did your son feel so useless when facing the world?
I think it was more that he could only see the melancholy facets of life. He couldn't help but dwell on such things.
You realize your son could try to kill himself again. He might succeed next time.
I think about it every minute. But I won't stop fighting for my son's future. That's how much I love him.
Что она отрицает? Что он в итоге себя убьет? Да что-то мне не кажется. Хвалить ее тоже не хочется.
You're right. Your son's death was not fatal. And unlike many on their own, he is lucky to have you by his side.
I can't give up on him. I just can't. I have conceded many times in my life, but giving up on my son is something I am incapable of.
I have read your son's suicide note. It was not an impulsive gesture, nor was it his first attempt.
He threatened to kill himself a few times before, but I never thought he would dare to punish me this much.
Punish you? Why?
I've known for a long time he was not happy with his life, but I always hoped he cared enough to avoid making me suffer like this.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Он заплатил нам за молчание, а мы все выложили. Но хотя, с другой стороны, в конце диалога он и так планировал с ней поговорить, так что... Так, минуту. Интересно, если этих придурков не лечить долго, у них усилится болезнь. Так, я больше ничего не могу расследовать, так что давайте.
God protect us. You've got a leech in the hospital.
Yes, my hospital. My mission is to heal while you go about warring.
You've set the table for a snake. I wonder why there's venom in your food.
I'm growing tired of your song. You're a woodsman, McCallum, not a doctor. Return to your hunt.
Remember, I've a good nose for machinations. I can flare the scent at a mile. You can't hide from the god.
Leave him, Jonathan. This is sacred ground. Neutral territory. and I just had the carpet cleaned. By the sacred stole, this is very bad news. Bad news indeed.
What happened?
The hospital has been attacked. We have injured patients, at least one dead and several missing. This has spiraled out of control. Even the most infirm are asking to be allowed to return home.
We cannot have the people lose faith in this institution. This hospital is their only hope.
Of course, you're right. But we cannot afford a public scandal. It would ruin us. We must restore order, and quickly.
You mentioned a dead patient. Who is he?
She, Jonathan. She was Miss Harriet Jones. I found her room like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. The duty nurse is taking care of the mess.
Very well. I'll help you.
I know this place means something to you. I have noticed how you suppress your appetite when around the staff and patients.
You need to know you can trust me, Edgar.
I do, dear fellow, I do.
Please then, tell me.
Sean Hampton, the man we thought we'd saved at the docks. It seems he was infected after all.
So Hampton became more beast than man.
Exactly. And now Guard of Prewen suspects the hospital of vampire activity. Do you realize what that could mean for us?
Well, they are not far wrong. The hospital is almost crawling with vampires.
McCullum is a fanatic. The Guard will stop at nothing. You don't know what they're capable of, Jonathan.
Very well. Since I brought Mr. Hampton here, I will put an end to this.
Этот придурок за столом привел его сюда, привез на лодке. Нехер на себя вину взваливать.
Sean Hampton lives and breathes for the well-being of his flock. There's no other place he would go but the docks. The flower's dying.
Можно эти сраные цветы уже просто полить, а не... Блин, это специально такой раздражающий элемент. Ну, спать, наверное, без толку. Очков мало. Разве что похилить людей. Так, ладно, чуть позже, сейчас, минуту. Так, с кем я там поговорить могу?
Oh, Jonathan, I cannot believe my eyes. Poor woman, butchered by some savage scowl.
Everything dies. Or should.
Jonathan, how could you say such a thing?
Forgive me if I feel despondent. For there seems to be no end to the suffering and death that surrounds us.
I'm always here for you, Jonathan.
Два остальных ответа были полным бредом. Во-первых, это не моя вина, это этот врач притащил его придурка сюда. Он сам виноват, что дался покусать. Я в чем прав?
What do you know of Ascalon? I was threatened by a creature, a vampire in Whitechapel, stating I had to obey the law of conduct.
What more can you tell me about him?
He was bigger than a man. Huge, in fact. He seemed to radiate violence. I thought he was going to tear me apart. Then he vanished.
Fergal, the executioner of Ascalon. You were fortunate he was not after you, but rather out doing his master's bidding.
What is Ascalon?
The Ascalon Club are the most powerful vampires in Britain and exert tremendous influence. Take my advice and stay well away.
I have experienced a certain difficulty when faced with holy symbols or trying to enter religious buildings. Have you?
Now that's quite a question. I don't know why, but yes, it has happened to me.
Aren't you frightened?
Very little scares me, my dear. To be compelled to avoid symbols of faith does not concern me.
Is this a sign? The hand of God in action? Are we repellent unto heaven?
I don't have the answers, Jonathan. But I believe superstition and magic is just fact awaiting the lens of science.
Have you embraced this woman, like the other patient, this Mr. Renfield?
Her name was Amelia. And no, I did not kill her. I vowed a very long time ago that I would never take another life, unless they ask.
Temptation surrounds us. Rich, vital. How can you resist?
Over the years, any pleasure I once gleaned from feeding is long gone. I drink for sustenance. And though I still thirst for more, I restrain myself.
Is there sufficient vitality in the blood of the sick and dying patients?
Yes, Jonathan. The hunger gnaws at me every waking hour. Frankly, I'm starving.
Thank you, my lady. I hope to see you again soon.
Иди крыс пожри в подворотне, там куча. Я сам видел, пойдем покажу.
I've never seen so many people dying at the same time. Hey!
What can you tell me about?
All I know is I ain't letting anyone rip my throat out in my sleep. I found myself a nice blade, Doc. I'm ready.
I'll leave.
I've never seen so many people dying at the same time.
It seems the Priwen are redoubling their patrols in the district. I must be more careful.
Dog's fault, they say. Then the gangs, the epidemics, everyone's throwing the blame.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again, Doc.
I'm looking for Mr. Sean Hampton. Do you know where I could find him?
The sad saint. I heard he was mugged or something.
Yes, he was. But he left hospital recently.
You don't say. Well, I suppose it's good news for the homeless and the useless. Ask them, they must know something.
Goodbye, Miss Cox.
Mark my words, miss. These murders are the work of a vampire.
A vampire? Whatever do you mean?
I'm a tracker of these creatures. A vampire hunter.
You best be off to your hunting then. For if the sewer dog is back and hunting all these poor folk, he needs a catching.
A sewer dog? What's it look like?
It's an old story. A monster with daggers for teeth and icy claws. He comes of a sudden, nighttime, claiming innocence, then vanishes.
Teeth? Claws? Murders by night? Your sewer dog is my business. He's the kind of prey I hunt, milady.
Not a drop of blood left in his body. This is the work of a vampire.
Good evening, sir. Have you witnessed any suspicious activity or strange events recently?
And what do you define as a strange event? More to the point, who are you?
My name is Ichabod Throgmorton, vampire hunter extraordinaire and warden of the East End.
A vampire hunter? Really?
I know what you're thinking. I'm just another lunatic howling at the moon, but I'm not. The bloodsuckers exist, and they're close.
Mr. Throgmorton, I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'd like to hear more about these vampires you're hunting.
A man of science? Well, I'll be glad to enlighten you.
What can you tell me about this neighborhood?
Did you hear about what happened to Jack Gillingham? Oh boy. It's a shame I wasn't around to protect him.
It's impossible to protect everyone. The violence seems endemic in this part of town.
But it's my duty. I am convinced Jack Gillingham was killed by a vampire. These evil rodents are spreading like a plague.
So, how exactly are you protecting these people? I'm curious.
I patrol late at night, investigating anything unusual. I try and encourage people to stay indoors, but people are careless.
How do you identify a vampire?
It's simple, really. They can't stand daylight. They're afraid of garlic and holy symbols. They also cannot enter a house without being invited.
Have you ever killed one of these creatures? Yourself, I mean.
Of course I have. What kind of question is that? It's a dirty business, believe me.
Can I help in any way?
Actually, yes. I plan to put up posters to alert the population to the vampire threat.
Are you asking me to paste posters about vampires around the docks?
If you wouldn't mind. If you did that, then I can focus on my patrols.
Have you heard of the Guard of Priwen?
Of course. They're dedicated hunters. A little militant for my taste, but they do let anyone join.
So you hunt alone? That sounds risky.
Vampires are just like every other predator. They hunt when they're hungry and follow certain patterns. It's just a matter of observation and patience.
Were you ever tempted to join the Guard yourself?
I did think about it, but I'm more of a silent hunter. They're more of a sanitary militia.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me, Mr. Throgmorton?
The sad saint? He should be at his night asylum at this hour, but I cannot tell you how to find it, sorry.
Really? Why is that?
It's nothing personal, Doctor. I'm sure your intentions are good, but people who sleep there, they have plenty of reasons to hide.
Maybe at least you can tell me who could help me find him.
Tell you what, go and chat with Tom Watts. He's a bartender and good judge of character. If he talks to you, then it's fine by me.
I could make you tell me, but I respect your refusal. You really believe Sean is a saint, don't you?
All I will say is this. Gossip has it that when he was a child, he was molested. By a priest of all people. Funny thing is, though, it only strengthened his faith.
Goodbye, and good hunting, Mr. Throgmorton.
I think I'm losing my mind. I should just run as far away from this place.
Welcome back, Doc.
Tom, I need to find Sean Hampton as quickly as possible. I've been told you could help me.
I heard the sad saint was recovering at Pembroke Hospital. Did he leave or something?
I believe he returned to his flock. Can you confirm that?
Oh, I bet you're right. Sean can't help but worry about the poor and sick. Oh, I guess it has something to do with what happened to him as a baby.
Please, tell me.
Well, I don't like to gossip, but I heard that the sad saint was abandoned as a baby in front of a Catholic orphanage in Dublin. That would explain his faith and need to help everyone.
The important thing is I find him, quickly.
Why not try his night asylum? He takes care of those who need a meal or a roof there.
Where is it?
It's in an old warehouse, northwest of here. Just follow the bank to the west and go north when you reach the end of the pier.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
I should just run as far
О, обе подсказки.
Another disgusting. Don't you think?
I don't think so. Wounds are clear. It's methodical.
A freaking vampire, then.
I can't say, but whatever did this carefully avoided the arteries. We had found ourselves a bloody artist.
Seems like the guard of Prewell is on Sean Hampton's trail.
Want some of this? All of you bloody leeches need killing.
Ужас.
The wounds on this corpse are deep, the result of rabid rage. If this is Sean's doing, he's become a murderous beast.
Так, если этот придурок что-нибудь получил, нет, с босса? Что-то я проглядел. Ага. Пистолет появился. Так, сейчас почитаю секунду. Так, что-то меня напрягает, что у него меньше урона на втором уровне, чем у револьвера на первом. В чем подвох? А, стреляет очередями по 3 патрона. Ну это ж хреново. Странная фигня, короче. Там кто-то в рыцарских ладах.
Watch yourselves! This one! There's one of them!
Сколько ты мне ранить успел?
We have to stop it! Christ!
Так, сначала низ зачистить, потом наверх тогда.
This poor man has just been slaughtered by a vampire. The body's still warm.
Killing's all you deserve.
I cannot enter.
А, уже заперта. Что значит нет?
This is no place for a gentleman. Sorry, sir. No admittance. Stop right now. Please, sir, can't let you through. I'd head back if I were you, sir.
Все так вежливо просят меня развернуться. А, блин, там единственный проход был, что ли?
Burn it, boys!
Короче, херня какая-то.
Not a safe place right now, sir. Best be moving on. Back, demon! Back!
Да ёпта, я без крови что ли буду? Не знаю, мух не хватает. Почему мух нету? Здесь столько трупов везде, блин. И вот в этих помещениях находиться, где понял, устраивать здесь базу, наверное, было бы не очень приятно. Или у вампиров типа иммунитет к мухам, они их вообще не видят. А, это не база, ну.
I know I've got something that'll strike your fancy. If not, I'll find you something. Are you certain you're not lost, sir?
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Do you need any help?
Rest assured, I will help you, sir. Martin Nightingale, at your service. Please, take a look at my wares.
Your merchandise. I don't really see anything worth having. No offense.
None taken, sir. But please, I need to eat. Perhaps if you keep looking, you'd see something that takes your fancy.
Let me be frank. You're as much of a businessman as I am a werewolf, right?
Who the hell are you to question me? It's hard enough to stay clean when you don't have a place to sleep. I'm doing my best here.
I meant no offense, Mr. Nightingale. I was merely pointing out the fact that you're unlikely to survive long if you continue wandering this path.
And what should I do then, sir? Should I join the wet boot boys like so many others? No thanks. I'd rather be a bad seller than a dead gang member.
What can you tell me about the neighborhood? Have you got any friends around these parts?
Not really. Miss Gillingham smiles and says kind words, but I know she's lost her marbles, especially since her son died.
How interesting. I don't suppose you know what happened to her son.
Jack! Rumour has it he tried to tackle some gang lads. I didn't know him well, but I heard he was a nice enough chap. His old ma still thinks he's around.
Tell me about this crazy woman. Madness is often mistaken for other conditions.
The poor woman's mad, all right. Kind and all, but she has so much trouble remembering things. She's taken me for a son more than once.
Why not try seeking help instead of peddling your wares? I'm sure there are people around here that would gladly help.
There's always the night asylum. I heard it's run by a very nice man, but I'm no beggar. Not yet, at least.
There is no shame in asking for help, my boy. Sometimes it can even be the best course of action.
I don't feel okay with that. I'm gonna make a name for myself, and I'll do it by myself.
I'm looking for Sean...
He's a caretaker for the...
Something like that.
Sorry, I don't know.
Goodbye.
Please, sir. Come and have a gander.
Так, что там по часам? А, хорошо, что ему часы не отдал. Потому что на секунду подумал, что это его часы, но решил перепроверить и почитать в квесте.
Are you certain you're not lost, sir? You seem quite a stranger to these parts.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. May I come in?
I already took my medication, Doctor. But thank you.
I'm sorry. Your medication? Have we met before?
Don't tease me like that, Jack. Sorry, what?
I think I should come in, miss. I'd like to check if everything is okay, what with the epidemic spreading across London.
An epidemic, you say? How terrible. I had no idea. But where are my manners? Please do come in, Doctor. You are a doctor, yes?
Are you certain you're not lost, sir? You seem quite a stranger to these parts. Please, sir. Come and have a gander.
So, Dr. Tippets, what brings you back here? I heard whispers you had a job at that fancy hospital.
I told you my name is Jonathan Reed. Don't you remember?
Of course I do. I remember my name too. Gillingham. But you may call me Enid, Doctor. I'm very happy to see you again.
Who are the more influential figures on the docks?
Well, I heard about some terrible illness going around. I would say in that case that it's you, Dr. Tippets.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Oh, no. I don't gossip. That would be most unbecoming of a lady such as myself.
Is anyone taking care of you, Miss Gillingham?
My son is always here to take care of me. He's a good boy like that, but I do worry that he needs to start living his own life. Well, I would never say that to him, of course.
Enid, have you really no idea what happened to your son? No idea at all?
I've not seen Jack for so long. I lose track of time. Has something bad happened to him?
Jack is dead, Miss Gillingham.
Of course he's not. I've seen him. Tonight, in fact. Ever the joker, Dr. Tippets.
I'm looking for a Sean Hampton. Do you know where I might find him?
Sean Hampton, you say? Oh, the name does seem vaguely familiar, but alas, I cannot recall from where.
I found this watch. It was a gift from you to your boy, wasn't it? I think it should return to you now.
Oh, I remember. Yes, I recall the day I offered Jack this watch. Oh, it was such a beautiful day. Thank you, sir.
Trinkets and possessions help us remember our past. Promise me you'll not lose it.
I would never lose anything that belonged to Jack. Why don't you take this? Dr. Tippett's? Please, for your charity.
Do you require medical attention, miss?
I'm glad you asked, Dr. Tippett. I must confess I haven't felt that well of late.
I'll try my best. Here, take this. And please, try to get some rest.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Goodbye, Miss Gillian.
If not...
О, нельзя спать. Нужно спасти кого-то. Ни хрена себе. Я же не встречал вроде. Откуда у меня там метка на карте? Блин, крови вообще нет. Можно, конечно, крыс пожрать, но что-то не хочется.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. May I have your attention for a minute?
Good evening, sir. My name is Giselle Paxton, but I don't have time for men like you.
Have we met before?
No, but I just need to look at your fancy clothes to know that you must be desperate to visit the docks at night.
That's quite judgmental of you.
Sir, I've led enough strikes when I had a job to identify you as an enemy of the working class.
What can you tell me about this vicinity?
Tell you what, just spend a few weeks here, and then ask me that question again. If you're still alive, I mean.
You don't know me, Miss Paxton, and yet you see me as an enemy.
Your manners, your clothes, your words tell me everything about you, sir. I know your kind, and you don't belong here.
You're right, Miss Paxton. My clothes and my manners do speak for me. And I may not belong here, but that doesn't make me a bad person.
You tell me, Dr. Reed. You tell me.
Вот именно, я тоже не понимаю смысла отрицать было и спорить. Как будто я местный, я тут прямо родной, ни хрена подобного.
If you have something to say, say it. I'm getting tired of all this.
Oh. You want information instead? Well, here's some for you. Giselle Paxton does not like you at all, Doctor.
May I ask what you do for a living?
I'm killing myself scraping for a living. And you? Have you ever had to struggle in your entire life?
As I told you, I'm a doctor. You have to work a lot to earn that title.
Oh, a doctor. Born with money in a nice house, were we? Was Daddy a banker or a doctor himself?
Why such hatred? Are you judging me by my clothes and my job?
Course I am. Fuck, you're so blind. You don't even see your privilege. Lazy people like you disgust me.
You speak of strikes and class enemy. Am I right to assume you're involved in trade union activism?
You bet I am. Well, I was. Nowadays, I'm just another worker blacklisted by the big companies.
You lost your job because of your beliefs.
Those bastards really hate a worker who refuses slave wages and unsafe conditions, especially when it's a woman.
Isn't the whole point of trade unions to help workers in need? Why don't they support you?
A few nights back, I lost the money my companions had asked me to hide. With me and my sister being penniless, they thought I stole it.
What really happened?
I drank too much that night. Strange men saw me count the money in that bar. Some sort of militia in uniform. I'm sure they robbed me.
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Каким таким? Которые обшаривают все ящики? Ну да, мне бы тоже не понравилось. Приходят тут всякие.
It's locked.
Best run along home, sir.
Trust the police, boys!
This could be the public house Giselle Paxton mentioned. I should investigate further.
Better go home, sir.
Stupid beast! It's on him! It's on him! I'll kill it!
Giselle's stolen money. Prewen has some unethical ways of financing their war.
I'll take it. I shall fear no evil.
We have to stop it!
Run! Back to the shadows!
Стоп, с тем типом реально можно торговать?
Good evening.
There's no need.
Show me what you have.
Так, я бы, конечно, купил. Но учитывая то, что цены упадут рано или поздно, сделаю это чуть позже. Хотя состояние и так здоровое. Нормально. Цены нормальные, берем.
Good evening.
И нормально у него вещи, блин. Тот ростовщик, это хуже продает.
Please, sir. Come and have a gander.
И как мне эту штуку посмотреть?
Good evening.
There's no.
Show me what.
Are you certain you're not lost, sir? You seem quite a stranger to these parts.
Господи, могли бы, блин, выдавать какую-то подсказку, то что я приобрел там новую записку.
Good evening, Miss Gillingham.
Of course.
I know I've got something that'll strike your fancy. If not,
So,
Tell me, Enid, why do you feel guilty about your son?
I know I'm a burden to my Jack. I know my mind and my thoughts are drifting away. I'm so sorry. I can't help it.
This is not your doing, Miss Gillingham. You do not have to apologize for your condition.
Of course I don't, Doctor. I've done nothing wrong, I swear it. What exactly are we talking about here?
Goodbye, Miss Gillingham.
Это чутненько. Обычно больные Альцгеймером не понимают, что у них проблемы.
I know I've got something that'll strike your fancy. If not, I'll find you something.
Так, вход в канализацию только один, по-моему. Можно попробовать, конечно, в ночлежку пробраться и посмотреть, есть ли там что-то.
You again.
I've identified the men who stole from you. You were right. They were members of some self-proclaimed militia.
I knew it! Did you find the money too?
Yes, here it is. They thought they could finance their activities with it.
I never thought a man like you would be kind enough to... I misjudged you. Badly. Well, thank you, sir.
Will you give the money back to your comrades, then?
Fuck those bastards who fired me. I'll give the money to Miss Gillingham. Her son Jack was a friend of mine. He was killed recently.
I know you were friends with Miss Gillingham's son, Jack. Tell me about his death.
Jack's murder has been a shock to the neighborhood. A sign that the situation is now out of control.
Why is that?
There has always been tension between the Wet Boot Boys and members of the trade union. But a murder? That's a first.
Как? Тред-юнитянисты, блин, что? Члены профсоюза, какого хрена, блин? Что там опять напереводили, блин? Надмозги сраные.
Why does that upset you so much?
I wish I had found the time and words to tell him how important he was to me before it was too late. Another failure for Giselle Paxton.
Who killed him?
No one will ever know. One thing is certain. While Jack was alive, I had one less reason to drink.
Well, I'll... Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Can I help you?
A fancy doctor lurking at night by the docks? Not fishy at all.
And what about you? Working outside at night in this dangerous part of town?
You want to know my secret? I'm trying to earn money. And I'm Lottie Paxton, by the way.
What can you tell me about this place? How are things here?
It may be okay for a strong girl like me, but a dandy doctor from the city like yourself, you better watch your back, Mr. Reed.
Which local dangers must I avoid?
Well, the gangs, the thieves, the drunks, the jobless. A man with your fancy clothes will attract a lot of attention.
Well, I am not someone so easily intimidated.
Glad to hear that. And if you get into trouble, you can always seek help at Shornhampton Shelter. No one would dare to be violent there.
You really think I
should go back to a safer place, miss.
No. I think you had better stay and help as many people as you can. Just avoid the wet boot boys. Those bastards are worse than the epidemic.
Is it not dangerous to work here at night?
As long as I have good legs, I can run away from trouble. The Sad Saint now provides me and my sister a bed and a roof. I don't want to lose that.
What can you tell me about the Sad Saint?
It's just the nickname of Sean Hampton, the Sad Saint of the East End. He gave me shelter, and he's not always sad.
Are you homeless, Miss Paxton?
Mr. Hampton's night asylum is our new home now. It's a safe place for me and my sister.
Я думал, сажал уже всех.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
I know I promised you I'd make everything right, Mum, but it's not always that simple. This Seymour worries me. Perhaps Sean knows something about him.
This must be a picture of the bomb explosion Dyson Delaney spoke of. It's locked, all right. It's locked, all right.
Ебать, тебе нормально? Не буду с тобой говорить. Я думал, ты в канализации там крыс доедаешь, блин, ты тут ходишь. Сейчас такой скажу, что это не я был. Ладно, раз ты здесь, значит можно в канализацию спуститься.
I cannot enter.
Something about him. Glad to see you again.
Lottie, tell me about the death of your mother.
Giselle killed her. Plain and simple. She killed her with her daily whims, her laziness, and her complaints.
That's quite a statement. You can't kill someone because you're fickle.
Mother was very ill, but I forgave Giselle. What I couldn't stand was how she cried at her funeral like she was the one left alone.
Perhaps your sister is not as tough as you are.
I know that, and I don't blame her. It just makes me sad that my own sister is the person I understand the least.
Giselle is the only family you have left. Don't you think it's time you forgave her?
Sometimes words are harder to forgive than acts, Dr. Reed.
Lottie, tell me about the Wet Boot Boys. I know they've threatened you.
Edwina Cox wanted me to provide her with information about Mr. Hampton's resources. I refused.
Is that not dangerous?
Fuck them and their lies. They claim they protect the interests of the neighborhood, but they are just greedy parasites like all the rest.
I respect your courage, Miss Paxton, and I hope life will never wear you down.
Dr. Reed, you know how to make a girl blush. I am glad you came to the docks, whatever your real reasons are.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
You again? What do you want?
Giselle, I know you sleep at Sean Hampton's shelter. What can you tell me about him?
He provided a roof for me and my sister. I am grateful, of course, but he gives me the creeps.
Why is that?
He's always sad, like he's about to cry. He's always asking us to get closer to God, to give ourselves to the Lord. Creepy.
Giselle, tell me about the death of your mother.
After our father died, Mother worked so hard she made herself sick. We spent all the money we had on useless drugs and doctors. It was hell.
Hell? What do you mean?
The three of us were exhausted and desperate.
And when I'm desperate, I tend to get angry. And I'm hard to live with. Lottie said I killed Mother.
You should talk to your sister. Whatever happened when your mother died, the truth lies somewhere between your two versions.
I don't want to talk about that. It was years ago. We Paxton sisters are tough. We don't apologize.
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Так, ладно, где этот придурок?
Why the long face, Doctor?
Господи, что у тебя за вид?
Is it all that worries you, Sean? My long face? Really?
This is a blessing for me to become a Skal. Immortality gives me more time and energy, if truth be known, to run a shelter. What more could I want?
Since you left Pembroke, the amount of blood that has been shed, it's hard to believe you, Sean.
Ask what you will. As the Lord is my shepherd, I will not speak a lie to you.
Aren't you afraid of what you've become?
We are blessed, Doctor. Can't you see it? The Lord has made us able to walk amongst the plague and aid those that need it.
Do you think this is a blessing when God's own house and holy symbols repel you?
If that is your burden, Doctor, so be it. But I do not fear the cross, nor am I forced to take the life of another. My kind doesn't share your imperfections.
Что? Еще раз? Скали, короче... А какой тогда смысл в том, что эти придурки с крестами по улицам ходят? Там же скали в основном. Они же не охотятся на экнов.
Sure. You think this is a
If that is your burden, Doctor, so be it. But I do not fear the cross, nor am I forced to take the life of another. My kind doesn't share your imperfections.
But you must drink blood now to survive.
No, not your scripture. Whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day. So saith the Lord. I only need to eat flesh, no blood.
Why return here?
This is my home. These people are my flock. You will always find me where I am needed.
Wonders never cease. Skal managing an asylum.
And what of you? A vampire doctor? Meals laid out before you. Yet you restrain.
And what about William Bishop? He tried to take care of you. But this hunger, this thirst, cannot be restrained.
Alas, poor William. He had a good soul, but was weak in spirit. He could not shake the thirst for booze, never mind blood. But have faith, my will is far stronger than his.
Why did you kill Miss Jones at the Pembroke Hospital?
Killed old Harriet? You must be mad, Doctor. Why would I do such a thing?
So you claim Miss Jones' death was not by your hand, nor the other incidents at Pembroke?
Though Harriet was an angry, spiteful woman, she was one of God's creatures. I have nothing but love for all he has made.
Из любви ты ее съел, да?
But you were close to her.
Of course. But she was lost, separated from the fold. She did not see the hand of the divine in my blessed condition.
People have been murdered. I've seen the blood. I don't believe you can be trusted.
Have a little faith, Doctor. If you will follow, I will guide you to the light.
How do you plan to do that?
Take this key of the old sewers. The entrance is by the riverbank, south from here. There you'll find all the proof you need.
Very well. You have definitely intrigued me. I hope you're right, Sean.
I'll be here when you return. If you still think I'm a threat then, well, I'll surrender myself to your judgment.
Come now, Lottie.
Блин, так говорит то, что типа есть плоть проще. Где он возьмет плоть? Хотя. Погодите, мы же пьем кровь крыс, то есть не это обязательно именно людская должна быть. Это, в принципе, что угодно может сжать. Так что, да. Крыс там, свиней, других скалей, ради бога. В принципе, не так уж и плохо.
Crawl back to the hell that spawned you! Oh my god! Have faith, brothers! Fear no one! The beast must die! Give us strength!
Господи, а чё он сдох-то? А чё ты стену прострелил? Ага. Здоровая канализация. Ужас как. Так, сейчас минуту. О, мне идея пришла. Надеюсь, это будет работать так, как я планирую.
It's locked, all right. That doesn't work.
So that's it. These wheels control the water level.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
Что, предлагаете выстрелом разбить? А! Окей.
That gate should shut properly now.
Господи, бочки настолько хрупкие, странно, что их не разбило створкой. Они же от касания лопаются. Меня еще смутило то, что Хэмптон очень хорошо знал про скали и всех прочих. Он даже в курсе названия. Кто ему все это рассказал? Не он. То есть он, видимо, обладал информацией еще до этого.
It's locked.
Да куда ты прыгаешь?
These maggots have escaped the wrath of Ascalon for too long. It is time to purge the sewers of their filth.
You again! The one they call the sewer dog.
Hold your tongue, new boy, or I'll crush you like a maggot.
You've let the beast consume you.
Finally! A touch of lucidity. You shall learn to respect the laws of Ascalon! With power you cannot comprehend! Whence you vanished, I'll slaughter these scalds while singing your name! I shall snap them. The hand that crushes all! And thine shall be a fair skull to adorn my mantle! Tear thee apart and spill thy blood to the pissing wet! Do you challenge the dictates of Ascalon? Return to your apothecary of needles.
Ух ты, блин.
I shall crush you. down, stay down. Your blood is now mine.
Сука, пошел нахуй, блядь!
I shall crush you.
Весь костюмчик, блин, модный, одет бомжары. Ничего-нибудь вообще хорошее дали за его убийство, не? Вроде не добавилось ничего.
It's locked, all right. At least one Skal escaped Virgil's wrath. The poor creature is bleeding to death. He cannot be far.
Не совсем понимаю, какие ответы ты хотел дать Хэмптону таким образом.
How could he have made it this far? There's blood everywhere.
Не, никто не хочет со мной поговорить.
This is our domain, not yours. You've been warned.
Wait, I saved you from this creature. That must count for something.
Thank you. Now go. Go back to the streets and houses. There is no love lost between us, vampire. But thank you.
Sean Hampton sent me here. I believe he wanted me to find you. Who are you?
If you must know, they call me Old Bridget. And this shelter is where we live.
I'm Jonathan Reed. I'm a newborn Ekon. I'm afraid I'm not sure what's going on.
I shall not bend a knee, young Ekon. But I sense your pain. Ask, and I will afford you my attention.
Why was that creature after you?
Fergal is the blunt instrument of the Ascalon Club. His masters would see us dead or turned into slaves if they had their way.
What the hell was that thing? He wasn't an Ekon or a Scowl.
They are known as Volkod, an ancient offshoot of immortals. Blood drives them, enrages them.
What of this Ascalon Club?
Vampire society's elite in the Empire. They make the rules and enforce their judgment upon us whom they see as lessers.
So was it you that Sean Hampton sent me to find?
Я это сам ей сказал.
Perhaps. The sad saint was always kind to us. He must trust you if he revealed our location.
Sean is a Scowl. All those I've encountered have been violent, crazed creatures. How can he be any different?
Maybe because he is the sad saint. Or perhaps because I am Old Bridget of the Sewer Skulls.
Sean killed a patient of mine. And that's just one of the murders he's being hunted for.
If you refer to Harriet, she is now among us and under our protection.
Harriet Jones is alive. That's it. That's the proof Sean wanted me to find. I must talk to her.
No. Harriet is not alive. But you can speak to her. I must warn you. She is fragile and may not receive you warmly.
I don't understand.
She is filled with bile and hate. Her mind is sharp as a tack, but her body is so weak. I've never seen its like before. She is resting in a room on the far right of this hideout.
Thank you. I will bear that in mind.
Eternal gratitude for your protection, Master. Old Bridget says you are one to trust. Keep your distance, Echo.
А не то что.
How is London? I've not seen beyond these walls in such a long time.
Блин, вот эта дверь здесь очень странно смотрится. Особое свойство оглушения, ничего себе. Блин, махать нельзя оружие. Так, это должно быть на самом деле хорошее оружие, потому что урона уже больше. 176, и это даже без улучшения на урон. Чем эта палка, с которой я бегаю. Угу. А у меня всего 160, причем с одним улучшением. — 21 оглушение, либо много урона. Черт, урон это хорошо. Хотя погоди, там же вторичная атака оглушения. Ну-ка. Блин, ничего не буду пока прокачивать. Посмотрю, как она в бою. Что там за вторичная атака вообще? Да блин, как менять оружие. Я, кстати, забыл про парирование, вообще им не пользуюсь, оно слишком опасное. Если, блин, одним ударом пол хп сносят, да ну нахер, блин, рисковать этим парированием еще. Еще там окно какое-то непонятное. Иногда я просто, ну, сбиваю атаку врагу попаданием, а... Ну, короче, редко удается.
We're at your mercy. Will you end us?
Да. Мерзкие твари.
Keep your distance, Echo.
Сраные Носферату.
Eternal gratitude for your protection, Master. Old Bridget says you are one to trust.
Ладно, пойдем поговорим с ним. Самый многочисленный, что-то мне в это слабо верится. Я столько эконов не встречал, искали вон пруд-пруди.
Hello, Harriet. Do you recognize me?
Yes, you were from the Pembroke Hospital. The young doctor. So full of secrets.
I've so many questions I need to ask you, Harriet. If you would.
I love questions. As for the answers, you may not like them.
How do you feel?
I can't see. I can't move. My body's burning. I feel as if I'm dying over and over again.
Does the pain ever stop?
It is not pain I feel. It's like I can't stop feeling every inch of my body. But at the same time, each muscle and bone is the wrong place.
Have you tried to eat or drink something?
People here tried to feed me, but I'm just not hungry. I don't have the strength.
Your room, the blood. What brought you to fake your death in such a gruesome fashion?
To see if I would be mourned.
Why flee with Sean Hampton?
Oh, it's always a pleasure to see a saint fall to sin. But the coward still won't kill.
Do you take pleasure in causing so much pain and sorrow?
Nobody gave a damn about me. Not a tear shed. Poor Harriet. Always the discarded.
Why did you come here?
And why not? This is where I live now. Leave me be.
So you desire to stay here?
Yes, I'm with my own kind. Birds of a feather, so to speak. Poor Harriet. Always alone.
Will you respect old Bridget's wishes? Will you obey her?
Bridget is kind. She only needs to keep me fed and I'll be good.
I have a question of the utmost importance to ask. Will you answer?
Questions, questions, questions. The good doctor, always searching for answers.
Do you remember what you did after leaving the hospital? Did you kill anyone?
First, a question from me. You answer first.
Very well then. What do you want to know?
Are you like me? Are you also dead?
We are not dead, Harriet. Death no longer pertains to us. We are different.
I like what I am. I truly do. I relish the pain that courses through me.
I know you fled the hospital with Sean Hampton. Did you or Sean kill anyone in your flight? Anyone? Try and remember.
I will not lie. I wanted blood, and I wanted revenge, and Sean pulled me from it, brought me here instead. But the shadows heard my prayers. The shadows killed that bastard.
Who was that man? The one murdered in the street?
He used to be my landlord. I lived here for many years before falling ill. Oh, he was an awful man. Disgusting and cruel. So cruel.
You sought vengeance by your own hand, and someone else obliged you. Very convenient. Don't lie to me.
I don't lie. I saw him near the docks, and rightly I wished him dead. And I am happy he is. It's true. But I didn't kill him. I was too tired.
Shadows? Tell me what you saw.
The shadows, they heard me and answered. Something in the deep darkness, quick, deadly. It asked me if I wanted revenge. I answered, yes.
And these shadows, this presence, do you still hear it? Was it a vampire? Did Sean see it?
It spoke only to me, and now it is silent, but it is born of hatred. And it will kill again. And it hates you, Doctor. Oh, it hates you.
What makes you say that?
It whispered your name, Dr. Reed. It wanted to know who you were and where you went.
Questions about me? What did you say?
Nothing, Doctor. I said nothing. There was nothing it didn't already know. Oh, I'm tired now. Let me rest.
Have you found the answers you were looking for, young Ekon?
There is too much left unanswered. So many questions.
Get to know us, spend time with us, and I may be willing to answer more questions.
Why do you live here, amongst filth and vermin?
Live. Here we hide.
What are you hiding from?
From the guilt, the shame, from the hunters and the light. And of course, our past.
Why don't you leave the city? Hide somewhere far from the Guard of Priwen, the Ascalon Club.
We are the Sewer Skulls. This is our domain. We have run as far as we can, and now we hide.
Your diction, your words. You do not carry yourself like most Skulls I've encountered.
True. I'm not like most Skulls.
You were once someone else. What happened to you?
It is as sad as it is long, young Ekon, but it will remain mine.
Can I be of service to you?
We ask but one thing. Reveal to no one our secrets. Do not betray us.
For how long have you been in hiding here?
Skulls have been hiding under London since vampires first entered the city.
Where did you hide before the sewers?
We claimed ancient tunnels, forgotten caverns, catacombs. We are Skulls, groveling beneath the feet of our makers.
What manner of creature is Harriet? She is different from everyone else.
I really don't know. I'm not even certain she is a Skull. I've no idea as to what blood made her.
What is a Skull, in fact, in your honest opinion?
The progeny of a vampire, disavowed by her maker. Perhaps a fruitless branch of a noble tree. A word used to enslave us. I cannot say.
You mentioned that vampire blood has tremendous potency. You believe it to be stronger than your own?
The vampire's sweet blood. That rich, dark wine that we crave. For it made us, and it can sustain us.
I thank you for your time, madam. I must go back to Shornhampton now.
Your kindness has been ample payment, Ekon. To protect us, I'll close the access to our hideout, but you can use our shortcut to reach Mr. Hampton's shelter. Just follow the arrows.
Thank you, old...
Стрелки нарисовали, этому заняться нечем. Придурок, ты что здесь делаешь?
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Don't you know this is a quarantine zone?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating the epidemic. You had better get to a safe place while you still can.
Oh, really? Well, go investigate somewhere else and leave me be.
I beg your pardon?
I said go. Leave me alone, sir.
Дебил, что ли, блядь? А тут за углом куча, блин, голодных скалей.
Rodney, you're the man who killed that gang member, are you not? Is that why you are hiding in this godforsaken place?
Yes, I did. I did not even know his name.
Then why did you kill him?
That arsehole always mocked me for the colour of my skin. Usually I let it go. But not that night. We fought. He died.
Whatever you've done, you can't spend the rest of your life hiding here.
I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Not kill him. I'm not responsible for a murder if I didn't want to commit it. It was an accident.
Believe me, Rodney, you won't survive here long. No matter what you did, you must go back to where you used to live.
I'll go back to the docks then. But if I die, remember that the blood of Rodney Grader will be on your hands.
На моей, да ты охренел, блин. Расследую. Какой нахрен расследование? Чего я там расследовал? Где эти, блин, расследования?
It's locked.
Должна была открыться вроде. Опять там эта херня на карте заебала. Откуда она берется только? Ну я то есть догадываюсь, откуда она берется, но все равно бесит. Вообще, как она рассказывала, что их может напитать кровь вампира, а чё они не облизываются где-то? Налетели бы толпой, может быть, откусили бы кусок. Конечно, перебил бы большую часть в максимальной степени вероятности, но попытка не пытка.
We're at your mercy. Will you end us?
Я просто тоже удивился, когда в ночлежку зашел, и вот этот спуск вниз, и он никуда не вел. Там просто тупик был. И было непонятно, зачем вообще сделали.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Ничего, не бомжей живут? Хотя в этой ночлежке 100 пудов народ тоже умирает. Ну да, и они трупами питаются. Ну, крестов могли бы поменьше разложить.
Welcome back, Dr. Reed. Would you like to take communion with me now?
Sean, are you eating raw flesh?
It is the sacred flesh of the mortal lamb. Our Lord's bountiful transmutation for the sustenance of his believers. Thank you, Lord. I am your most humble servant.
So, true to your word, you waited for my return.
I I told you, Dr. Reed. I was a man to be trusted. Did you have words with the poor Harriet?
You make no distinction between the living and the skulls, do you?
We are God's children, Dr. Reed. One and all. And he's determined to save us.
What will be the result if you continue to assist both skulls and the living?
For the last decade, that's what's been happening. And they found a better life. What's to change?
You're forgetting the epidemic. Things can go south very quickly. I've seen it.
Oh, these are terrible times. Only those pure of heart shall prevail.
You've turned Skal now. Don't you see the danger to anyone giving you their trust?
We are all sinners, awaiting salvation. This is a simple truth, ordained by the Lord Almighty. I am a seeker of his glorious light.
Does this place belong to you? How can you be so certain you can keep it open?
This warehouse was once property of the Dawson family, but has been bequeathed me through donation.
The Dawsons? The wealthiest family in London? Have they a clue as to what goes on here?
Not at all. The donation was made before the war. The building was run down. I never met Aloysius Dawson myself.
So you have the run of the place and no one's taken notice?
As long as we keep to ourselves, we interest no one. This is a haven, and I pray it remains so for eons to come.
Harriet, Miss Jones has been behaving in a most violent manner. She's going to need special attention.
That's precisely the reason I brought her here. To meet old Bridget. She's the guide Harriet requires.
Who is this old Bridget?
I don't know, Doctor. She rarely speaks of her past, but I know she has a long one. She's likely the oldest soul in the city.
Harriet is possessed by her hatred. You cannot let her roam free. She's dangerous.
She has joined her own kind, Doctor. Old Bridget is a saint to the younger Skals, guiding them to salvation and peaceful existence.
I believe I've learned all I need to know. I'm certain you've killed no one, but one day I believe you'll cross the line.
Logic is a false prophet. Faith is the only path to salvation.
What do you mean?
We have been blessed with God's eternity. We are the instruments of his divine will. We shall feed the hungry forever and ever. Amen.
Мне радует ответ, вы питаетесь трупами. А ты че? Ну ладно, конкретно ГГ нет. Люди питаются трупами тоже. И что такого? Не, я на самом деле предполагаю, то, что они не только людей могут сжать. Это было бы очень странно. То есть, ну, реально у нас ГГ живет крыс, при этом он типа там самая благородная ветвь и все прочее. Эти-то придурки точно могут и крыс сжать. Крыс, там, овец, свиней, коров и все прочее.
Let's simply agree that all are one and the same. In death, I mean.
Give yourself over to God, Doctor. Expel your urges and kneel before the Lord in praise.
These urges. You know the hunger will never be satisfied.
I've come to embrace the everlasting craving. I have sworn to feed only upon the flesh of the dead. It is now my sacrament. Take, eat. This is my body. So saith the Lord.
Обратить в кого? Не буду никого обращать. Еще 500 опыта на этот раз. Да охренели совсем. Мне, кстати, интересно, а медсестру нельзя было обратить? Но забавно то, что мне доступен такой вариант. Да в смысле исцелит? Она не исцелит, она, блин, сделает его эконом, и ему придется кровь пить и убивать людей. Так-то он хоть трупы может сжать. И не сможет крест носить, я не понимаю. Да ладно, пофиг, не буду.
I believe you, Sean. In fact, I envy the peace you found, and will remember it.
There is love and compassion in your heart. You only need to give it wings.
Thank you for your kind words, Sean. Continue your noble efforts. You are a good man in bad times.
Keep to the light, my friend. Like all my flock, you have a home here. Anytime you're in the neighborhood.
Дракон пострадает в результате моих действий. Почему? Они же трупами питаются. Перебить их всех? Или что я должен был сделать? Этот придурок хоть в узде сможет, не знаю, честь. Блять.
Another corpse thrown in the streets. Someone's playing a very sick game. I know this brooch. This is my mother's. A birthday gift from father. "29 Pretty Orchard Street. That's near Poplar's district. Why would this man carry off my mother's brooch? I must go there."
Что скажет сестра, сейчас обратилась?
Glad to see you.
Did you see what happened?
No. I was coming back to the shelter from work when I heard an awful scream, and there was this man, dead, just in front of the building.
You saw nothing at all?
No, I told you.
A woman scream. Are you sure?
Of course. It was terrifying.
Goodbye, Miss.
You again?
Did you see what...
No, I didn't. And
Really? Why is that?
because this sexist pig is one of the 4 men who blacklisted me. Good riddance, if you ask me.
Well, I'll leave... Good evening, Mr. Throgmorton.
Dr. Reed, can I be of any assistance? Have you noticed...
You've never faced, let alone killed, a vampire Ichabod. You're a fraud.
No, I'm not. I may embellish the truth concerning my achievements, but I'm totally dedicated to my quest.
Stop fooling yourself. You've never faced a vampire before. You wouldn't stand a chance.
Well, that's not true, sir. I've already faced one of these creatures.
Oh, really? And you're still alive.
Well, we did not actually fight. I let it go.
What do you mean?
I entered the vampire's den. The stench was terrible. I was ready to kill it. But then I saw it. just a suffering soul like you and me. I spared her.
Tell me about the vampire you spared.
She was a girl. Her body was a mess. I could see pus running from the deep wound. She was crying in pain.
You cared about her. That's what defines us as human, Ichabod.
Yes, but she was a truly evil creature. I'm haunted by the tragedies she caused ever since I spared her.
Did you see what happened to him?
Actually, yes. He was thrown from the roof like a vulgar log.
Who could have done that?
Who? Well, a vampire, of course. Look.
Why is it that...
You didn't see it. He was dead before he hit the ground. The strength required to do such a thing, well, it beggars belief.
Goodbye, and good hunting, Mr. Throckmorton.
Что такое? Почему я оружием не мог махать? Так, ну анимации те же самые. Серия из 2 ударов. Нужно посмотреть, сколько эта херня оглушения накладывает. И я не в ту сторону бегу. Отлично. Что-то начинаю жалеть, что я всех здесь перебил, но ладно. Кто-нибудь по дороге-то попадется. Хочу посмотреть, что за торгаш. Что-то не помню, чтобы здесь кто-то что-то продавал. Ай, блин, по западным докам расклеивать эту херню. Блин, я туда ушел уже. Ладно, потом, завтра это сделаю. А, это баба торгует, я понял.
Good evening, Miss.
What?
Is it true Sean Hampton saved your life?
Yeah. The sad saint grabbed my soggy ass and brought me back to the pier after I fell into the canal. I was a wreck back then.
Were you thankful for what he did for you?
Sean Hampton really acted like a saint that day. But I suppose I'm just another lost soul who doesn't deserve to be saved.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks, I mean. No reason at all to rejoice, then?
Let me tell you a story.
Another... Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
Been a while since we've seen any new faces round here.
Good evening.
Hello again, Doctor.
Can I see you?
As long as you have...
Блин, я надеюсь, состояние района приличное. Да. О, ровно 3 нужно для улучшения. Загвоздка в том, что у меня ни фосфора нет, ни гидроксида натрия. Да вашу ж мать, блин, что за херня? Сколько здесь этих меток? Что-то эта херня, по-моему, как-то слишком... Мало оглушения, много урона. Пошли в жопу, блять, сука! Что, блять? Понятно, это... Да иди ты в пизду, сука, блядь! Это не работает так, как я планировал, блин. Я зажимаю движение в сторону, и он вместо того, чтобы переключить на одну цель, он постоянно их, блядь, меняет просто нон-стопом, блядь. Я не могу двигаться. Ай, ебата, блядь. Так, что у нас на Е? Что-то, мне кажется, ничего. Я не понимаю. Я не понимаю, почему у этой булавы особое свойство оглушения. Она наносит больше урона. Вот этой вторичной атакой, чем обычной. Хотя нужно было это, конечно, по одному мобу тестировать, а не по разному. Может, у них просто сопротивление было. Короче, мне бы где-нибудь одного жирного моба поймать и протестировать. Бля, опять какая-то хуйня на карте появилась. Где, блядь? Идите патрули, когда не нужны. А эти придурки не выздоровели еще. Короче, пока оставляем булаву. Она сильнее дамажит, как минимум, хоть выносливости больше жрет. Но не сильно. Сделаю, короче, 50 на 50. Где подешевле возьму оглушение. Если что, поменяю на урон потом. Тропаж пока не хочу улучшать. Во-первых, потому что я им ни хера не пользуюсь. Во-вторых, потому что, возможно, какое-то оружие появится все-таки. Там пистолеты, не знаю. Так, ладно, на этом, наверное, закончено сегодня уже. 9,5 часов. Поменьше, чем в прошлый раз, но все равно очень дохрена для стрима. Нифига, у нас еще и почти 6000. Надо будет, конечно, потом распределить. Ну ладно, это все завтра. Все тогда. На сегодня все. Всем спасибо за внимание, все свободны.